Yes, a lot of damage going over to Orgrim, which kind of forces into the back of that team fight. But there is the Bolton taking a little bit too overstep, and then Sun comes through with a double kill.
Just setting things up for the team. Very easy to do so. Look at that.
Straight into the back of that whole team fight was mighty. Snow just...
Yep, it is not the end of the fight. They are falling low. The Wavebreaker on the side of Woodwind. They get the kill down, but here comes Status, comes in. Conductor Souls. Can they get the knockout? Crimson Smash committed. It's not enough. Fearless Esports, they do it all. Cliche, the last one to fall as they ramp. Yep, Doc gonna use that Conductor Souls to try and go in, but the damage is too much. Doc is falling low. It's gonna be killed off by the side of Singling. That's not just done yet. HoK Gaming, they lose 2, they lose 3, and the mid lane T1 is...
Death Spawn timer is going to be a little bit too long here. But again, we're seeing another engage here for the Blazing Brilliance, just doing so much burst damage onto Ertien. So down goes Princess Frost, down goes the mid-high ground turrets, and are up there sitting in the bush. AG Global looking for a fight.
Yeah, but it's okay. Caught in the middle of 4. 5 is all of Fearless Esports, and they get what they want. Snow caught in the middle of 4 once again, and here comes the Infinite Vastness aggressively. And at this point, it is a 1-by-1 they fall as AG take another burn. It is Fearless Esports Hong Kong dominating in this first 4.5 minutes of the game.
Jin Ling into the backline there. The Byron backdoor play. Snow goes in, tries to get the double CC onto KK. KK falls as well. So first kill for the side of AG Global. But is it a little bit team here, right? Other than dropping 1 life, they've not dropped a single turret. So they're looking to try and take all the higher ground turrets, because here it is. The effort is pretty clear. The minions are here. We see that there's a bit of a split push here for Jin Ling as well on the Byron, and no one's died just yet. Zaze is down, so that's all their damage pretty much gone on the side of AG Global. We have the minions at the Crystal 2. How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Open Season Series 2. Sorry, almost got carried away with the Invitational there, but this time around we are going to the Americas region. So you have me again, Blam, and with me as always is Kin. How are we feeling going into this one?
Very good. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and we are going to bring you through the teams that will try and take the spot for the 4 positions available for tomorrow, which is going to be the semi-finals. Now we have Influence Rage going up against STMN, our first game of the day, BO3. I mean, Blam, we were talking about it. I did notice some fans of STMN in the comment section.
Yeah, I mean, this has been like an organization that's been part of Honor of Kings going all the way back to KIC 2022. So obviously the roster's a little bit of a changed. Arvonian, which is the support player now, was the coach at that point, and Kurumi was also on the team, and he was playing farm lane. So there is quite a lot of experience on both of these teams, to be honest, because those who don't know Influence Rage are part of the Brazilian region, but they were under the branding of Fluxo at one point, so you may know these guys from that organization. But yes, we have Entity 7 and AYLO going against on our second match of the day, and then third match of the day is Team Solid against Leviatan, which there's a lot of Brazilian representation here today, kid.
Wow, okay, so expecting some samba, some flair, right, from the teams itself. So I'm really curious how this region is going to perform, right? Are we expecting a different meta? Are we expecting different picks? And now with the changes in the current patch, you know, we have some heroes that have been nerfed, some heroes that have been buffed. Really curious how it's going to turn out today.
Yes, definitely. If it does affect the patch in-game, it's going to be really interesting to see if we are going to see more of a priority for Ali. As we know, Ali is one of the heroes that was buffed in the latest patch and buffing up her early game as well, which got me scratching my head. But hey, I'm not the maker of this game. So someone's got their head screwed on, or somebody is an Ali main. But looking at Influence Rage, this is the first team of the day, and that is comprised of Sony in the Clash lane. We have Raikou in the jungle, Cozy in the mid lane, Petroni in the farm lane, and Villa01 as the support role.
All right, so these are the 5 members that will be representing Influence Rage. So of course, they're getting ready. They were the team that was closest to the camera. And shortly, we will be turning our attention to their opponents, which are going to be STMN Esports. Now, for me, this is a new introduction to the team, so I'm really curious how these players will perform. Now, let's take a look at the representation for the side of STMN Esports. It's going to be Arvoinen on the support roam role and Zing on the jungle. I'm Juzo in the mid, Kurumi in the farm lane, and with Death in the Clash. So we've already seen in the Pacific region, right? A lot of the fights were won through the Clash lane. Is it going to be the same incident, same style coming into the Americas qualifiers here?
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting to see the meta shift and the playstyle shift, right? I mean, that's the thing that we've been really excited for in the Open Series. And I think that's the kind of flavor that the Open Series really brings, is that essence of the unknown, is knowing that some of these players we haven't seen before, we haven't seen them work together, we've known them within Honor of Kings at some point, like I was saying, with STMN being part of KIC 2022, and obviously Influence Rage will be well known, especially amongst the Brazilian crowd, as they were 3rd place slotted in the HoK BR 24, and like I said earlier, they were Fluxo previously. So again, these are some players that have a lot of influence and a lot of experience behind them.
3rd place, you say, right? 3rd seed. That's a pretty high expectation, and you're giving me, because at this point, it's not that easy to be 3rd seed anywhere, let alone the HoK BR region. So this could be really interesting, right? I want to see how this STMN stand up against these guys, and maybe if they could topple this branding and this image that this team has built up for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be only moments before they can actually prove that or even disprove that. But I've heard a lot of good things about STMN. I've been speaking to Arvoinen as well online and just getting his take on the team. He's also the captain of the team as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he shifts from the coach position that he was in KIC 2022 to support and captain at the same time. So we're going to be knowing that a lot of the shot calling is going to be coming from Arvoinen.
Oh, that's an interesting story, right? We have already seen stories across all the different esports games that, for a coach to come in and play, there is a significant difference, because this time you have someone who's able to offer that mental stability, that composure for the team as well. And I think this could be a huge marker, a huge strength that the team can count upon.
Absolutely. I mean, when you have somebody with such wealth of experience, having that to rely on as well, and having that be your shot caller, is knowing that you've got some strong shoulders to rely on within the Gorge as well. But hey, Influence Rage, like you said, it's an impressive place to be when you land 3rd place in HoK BR 24, especially when we've seen some of these teams come through onto the world stage that would have been their opponents back then, and the likes of VKS, the likes of Loops as well, which would have been 1st and 2nd seed of HoK BR 24. For Influence Rage to come up to that same kind of bracket and that same kind of caliber of players is going to be just showing that they could potentially be one of the favorites in the Americas region.
Yep, I don't want to be disappointed, right? Because the standards are pretty high when you mention teams like these. And to come in 3rd seed, I think that's quite an achievement as well. Now, of course, with that being said, Influence Rage, to me, this is a team that, based on what you're telling me, this is going to be quite the even match, right? Not just even, but it's going to be very explosive, because both teams will be able to capitalize on minor mistakes that their opponents make.
Yeah, I can imagine this is probably going to be the most sort of explosive series of the day. Just my personal favorite anyway, because of what we know from STMN and obviously what we know from Influence Rage as well. Rage being the first seed out of the Brazilian qualifier, and then obviously STMN being the LATAM North second seed as well. So that's quite a staple to get up to. Obviously, the first seed of the LATAM N qualifier won't be playing today, as obviously we don't have a 8th team on the board. They just go straight through to the semifinals, just like Fearless Esports Hong Kong did. So we'll be getting to see those guys tomorrow, which will be the first seed of the LATAM North qualifier. So that's going to be really interesting. But then I speak about balanced matchups. I think that the second match of the day could also be a heck of a banger, because these are both the second seeds of both their relative qualifiers as well.
I think it's pretty clear, right? We are in the midst of champion material already, right? Just this first stage of today is going to be explosive, it's going to be exciting, and I can't wait for the games to start, right? At this point, similar, I'm curious about how the players are feeling. It's always a different kind of style, especially now, you know, both teams, they're live in Abu Dhabi as well. They are playing across each other. It's a very different experience.
Absolutely. They would have played, probably even scrimmed with each other at some point within the last 24 hours as well, because some of these teams have only just arrived into Abu Dhabi. So we probably already know from their experience within the scrims that they are probably already knowing how this is going to go for them, right?
They can guess, right? It's always theory, and then practicals are kind of different, right? Everything on paper, black and white, it seems a certain way, but when it really comes down into putting the actions into your words, it's much more difficult than, you know, just saying it.
Yes, absolutely. But it's going to be really weird to see how this meta does shift anyway. I'm trying to still think of like what could potentially go on here. Could we see a lot of the same kind of heroes that we saw over the past 48 hours come through? Or is that recent patch actually going to make a lot of effect? And are they going to be playing on that patch is going to be a more important factor, to be honest, as well. But if we just recap over the heroes we've seen over the past 48 hours, a lot of them coming through was what surprised me the most was the Motsu, and the amount of airtime that this hero got in the past 48 hours is a little bit of a different story from what we saw at EWC, right?
Yeah, exactly. And adding on to that was also the Allgren, you know, the usual suspects that we normally see, right? Allgren, we have the Yuhuan as well. Yuhuan, I think pretty much almost every game had a Yuhuan. And besides that, we also had the bans or picks onto Musashi, right? It was either you pick it or you ban it. It's too potent to deal with if you know, you are healing composition, you wanted the tank, you wanted the damage as well. So with the new changes, I'm actually super curious. Will we get to see Liu Bei? Because Liu Bei, this huge buff onto him allows him to really snowball really quickly. So I want to see if teams want to experiment with this. But once again, this is life on the line, right? It's a tough one to be in. So I don't think they should take too much risk.
Yeah, too much risk unless they're very familiar with this hero, with the other clients, right? They may have had experience on the previous clients being released before Global. But yeah, like you were saying about the Hu Huan, I can imagine that is going to be a hero that was at least 100% appearance rate for the last 48 hours. So within the Pacific region, that is what we're kind of referencing to for those that are watching at home that may have not actually tuned in to watch Pacific region, because sometimes we know that people don't want to tune into teams that they may not be supporting. But hey, it's meant to be global, baby. We're to have global support for all these teams, and it is always fascinating to see all these different flavors come through now that global's being released. We're getting teams from like Hong Kong and Macau. You get teams from obviously South Asia as well that had a lot of presence in that one. But I think one of the ones that really surprised us yesterday was the JPKR region as well, right? Like not knowing much from that region, which is kind of like the same that we're getting here from the LATAM regions. Brazil, we have a lot of exposure to, not just on the main stage, but obviously they had a lot of tournaments running up to this point as well. Some of those tournaments including teams like Influence Rage.
Yep, exactly. So we've already seen a couple of the hero favorites, right? That they like, and I'm expecting that the Yuhuan is going to show up pretty much all over the games again today, with performances like players like Dao Dao yesterday, who was just insanely sick with his plays. He was just an ill player at this point, right? So much damage, and it's kind of unexpected when you're thinking about a composition. You don't really expect Yuan to have the most amount of damage in the team. Normally he goes into the farm lane, but you know, Dada was just on fire yesterday. So today I'm hoping to see who is this new superstar we're gonna uncover from either of these teams, or maybe from the other teams playing today as well.
Yeah, I mean, no matter who wins over the next 48 hours, we know that they are going to be locking in their spot for the KC play-ins. And who will they meet there? It's going to be Osiris Gaming, which obviously we know of. They've been plentiful, having a lot of appearance within Brazil tournaments, as well as obviously Season 2 Invitational. Didn't quite get to where they wanted to be, I don't think, in the Season 2 Invitational. But then we saw the likes of the other team would be Tribe Gaming, which we only really saw in the last chance qualifiers, which you got to actually cast right in.
Yeah, so Tribe Gaming, pretty strong, right? At that point in time, I think there were still some things they needed to improve on. So maybe it's been what, 1 month? Slightly over 1 month, right? So that's a lot of time for them to practice, you know, perfect and polish their gameplay, their play style, and you know, the synergy within the team. So it's a tough challenge here at this stage of the game. It's only going to get tougher when they go into the KC qualifiers and play-ins on the Americas Finals as well. So curious to see what kind of standards they're going to put out today, because you can be sure, right? The teams that are waiting for them on the other side of the net or the grounds will be watching, will be tuning in to see, okay, where are the weaknesses of these teams that are playing today? How do we get those weaknesses to become our strengths?
Absolutely. I mean, those that are going to be playing for the KC play-ins as well are going to be playing to try and qualify for that even bigger prize pool at the end of the KC tournament 2024. Whereas the first team of the American regions finals is going to be hopefully trying to take away that 10K first prize, but then obviously you've got the 2.5K for the second, third, and fourth place. So even though the prizes aren't as grand as what it will be in KC, all these teams today are looking to try and get their extra foot in the door to try and get and secure their KC play-in spot against Tribe Gaming and Osiris. But this is the thing that we was really excited for the Pacific regions as well, was the fact that we just had nothing on some of these teams. And yes, like I keep saying, that some of these teams have had a lot of experience and already a name for themselves in the Honor of Kings game, but this is new teams. There are a few different, there's two staple players that are obviously on the side of STMN, the Arvonian and Kurumi, that are still in STMN as the roster, but the rest of them are new faces. So again, a lot of weight on their shoulders when it comes to trying to prove themselves to get to the point to the KC play-ins.
Well, definitely a very stressful situation for them, and I think we might be going into the BP or the ban pick phase really soon. So, you know, there's a lot of theory crafting from our side, you know, what kind of heroes they will like, what type of composition, right? Do we have a early game centric draft, or do we have something that is more conservative and we want to play for the late game? I don't believe we have seen a Tempest game just yet. Will we see it today?
Maybe, but that is all the surprising is now going to be over. The facts are going to be on this ban and pick board right now, and we are getting some familiar faces already getting hit by that ban hammer. Hugh Huan already maintaining that 100% appearance rate from the past 48 hours, and the same with the Chow and the Ali being prio ban on the side of Influence Rage, because they know that that clearly must be one of Kurumi's picks for the farm lane.
Yep, definitely. Now, the question here is, do they snap pick that Ogren first, right? We've already seen teams love to use the Ogren, but once again, be reminded, this is a different region. We might be expecting something very different, and they will go for the standard Dolia first pick. That refresh with the Celestial Melody will be extremely useful for the teams. At this point, you can expect hero picks like maybe the Elaine, maybe the Musashi, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, just how deadly this Dolia was yesterday, especially going into the semifinals and the absolute grand finals. I'm pretty sure it was Fearless Esports Hong Kong that picked up the Dolia quite frequently. And to pair that with the Lady Chen and then also Lung, giving him like 2 amounts of air times for that farm lane hero is going to be pretty dangerous for the side of Influence Rage, especially in terms of that bait mechanic that you can use Lung for. Because if you already bait with 1 dragon, now that you've got the Dolia on your team, you've got 2 dragons instead of 1, which is always going to be better, right? But then if we look over to the side of STMN, they prio lock in the lane, they go for the Orgrin as well. So that Orgrin flex pick that we kind of were guessing about over the last regional finals is not going to be a guessing game this time around. With the Elaine being first pick, Orgrin being second, we know that's going to be their jungle pick. And then Lady Sun fleshing out that farm lane.
Yep, for this period of time, I think it looks like Influence Rage has kind of played into the hands of STMN. There is no Yuhuan, there's no Musashi, and to be honest, the first half of this picks have been, it looks pretty strong, right, coming out from STMN, because they have the lane instant backline access, you have the Orgrin who's going to be able to rush the heroes down, and we have the standard Lady Sun, which offers a huge amount of burst damage.
Yes, and then looking at the second ban phase here on the side of STMN, we have the Musashi being taken out once again, so I can imagine his appearance rate being something very big within the Open Series Split 2. And then Kaiser getting banned out as well. They don't want that Dahlia and Kaiser combo, that invincible warrior coming through for the matter of 18 seconds rather than just your standard 9, which is very crazy when you think about it going into those team fights, the amount of damage you can soak. And then over to the side of Influence Rage, they are focusing that support role. So Arvonian is champion pool, or hero pool, sorry, will be coming very, very smaller than what we were expecting as the Ming falls and the Zhong Fei. But then we look at the Hino pick come through for STMN. This is a big pick.
Yeah, they probably need a little bit more tankiness, expecting a Dune maybe to come out. We've seen some performances where the Dune was essentially unkillable, right? And at this point, they're still missing the Clash lane, and very few heroes do well against a lane in the early stages of the game, but Charlotte is one of those that if played and placed into the correct hands, yep, definitely that's going to be the pick. So Influence Rage, they have secured their 5 members and 5 heroes. Let's see, what's the ending formula for the side of STMN to complete this 5-man rush down? Yeah,
they're looking for some sort of support, maybe the likes of a Sun Bin or the Motsu, which we've been seeing over the past 2 days. Very surprised if we didn't actually get a match without the Motsu. And it's a good hero, right? Especially for Arvoinen, which is going to be their captain as well, because then you're able to kind of sit quite far back, use that cannon blast, but then also do the shot calling. But you were right to call out that Dune pick there, because we saw it quite a few times paired with the Dolia as well. Not always giving the Unruly Blade over to Dune again, but just having that huge hero that's able to soak up so much damage is going to be very much a night and day for them within this draft, because if they didn't go for a solid front line, I think STMN would have had their way around it.
Well, I'll be honest, I'm still kind of leaning towards STMN's draft at this point. It's really solid, it's really robust. They have all of the boxes checked, right? At this point, they have backline access, they have damage over time, they have burst damage if necessary coming in from the Lady Sun as well. But all of these only make sense when they get a good early game. So let's see how this game is going to go.
Yes, absolutely. We are on to the Gorge for the first match of the American Regional Finals. We are with STMN versus Influence Rage, the Latam region against the Brazilian region. So second seed against the first seed. Influence Rage being one of those teams that we know fondly and have a lot of exposure for. But STMN actually playing the underdog here, a little bit of an unknown origin story for themselves.
Yeah, but right off the bat, it looks like both teams are pretty equal at this point. No steals coming in for the jungle camps. And it looks like Arvoinen is doing pretty well in terms of like disrupting the flow of the game on the side of Influence Rage.
Yeah, so good so far. We have those supports now going down to the farm lane here. We see the Lung's already pretty low, but Kurumi is also very low, not being able to roll in with that amount of health. And the only downfall of having the Motsu as well is not having that extra access to healing like you would from the Dolia.
Yeah, so, and furthermore, you know, early stages of the game, the mortar doesn't really do too much. The stuns are great, right? But it's really hard to get the first blood unless you have a perfect setup. So at this point, you can see STMN, they're going to try and make a little bit more disruptions happening in the mid lane first.
Yes, there's that cannon blast stunning the Lady Chen, taking a lot of poke from the Hino as well, but Riku having to go all the way back into the safety of that T1, and then we see that Dolia gets hit by another cannon blast, and this is the kind of oppression that the oppression rate that a hero like Motsu can really give to your team, and just drive away the enemies as well, because not only does it stun you, it actually does quite a bit of damage in this early game.
Yep, Unruly Blade going to be land down, but Raikou might be in danger at this point.
Yes, the level 4 is on the side of Orgrin as well. He is taking a beating from the spiritual modes of the side of Influence Rage, but Dolia getting caught out there. Everybody taking hits from the Orgrin, but nothing actually being committed here. We are seeing two teams that are a little bit afraid to commit to a full team fight or trying to get to that back line. We do see, however, with Def has rotated from the Clash lane, and we know how good this lane can be with a Def on Sunset onto the Lady Chen as well. It's a 3v1 under the T1, he's able to flash out, but is that going to be enough? No, we see that Charlotte goes in. First blood does go over to the side of Influence Rage, but it is Dolia picking up that kill.
Yep, INF, Influence Rage doing so well for themselves, right? Just hopping on that opportunity presented by their opponents. They overextended, they got the first blood, and all of them make it out safely. So STMN, not the ideal start they're looking for, but for the side of Influence Rage, this is a perfect start.
Yeah, honestly, just looking back at this replay here, that was a very ballsy death on Sunset for the side of STMN, but it was just all that slow from the Lady Chen, from the Dolia as well. It was just so hard to get out of there, and you can see that he's gone for the flash because a sprint is only going to help you so much, right? Which is what we normally see on the likes of a lane picked within Honor of Kings. So going for the flash was really good, but it just wasn't quite enough to get out of that slow range from the side of Influence Rage as well. But here we go. We could have another rodeo here in the mid lane. We have Raikou at the front on center of this team fight, just trying to clear these minion waves as we have the neutral objective coming up in 2 seconds. I think that's why we're all setting this up for, and we have priority for Influence Rage on the mid lane and in the farm lane, which is going to set up this neutral objective, the Tyrant, for themselves really easy.
Yeah, very nice kiting here by the side of Influence Rage. They will push them away, secure the first Tyrant of the game for themselves. Meanwhile, Sony will give a try. Very hard to happen, right, for that steal, but Sony's just gonna give them a little poke at this point. So evens out the trades in terms of the neutral objectives, but right now, just a 1,000 gold lead for the side of Influence Rage.
Yeah, this is what dreams are made of, right? You got to take those chances. You got to try and out-commit the smite, but it's just obviously playing against an Orgrin under the Overlord and having smite is not going to go quite well for you. T1 looking to make its maker on the side of Influence Rage as well. We have the Hino with the Fate recall as well, but it's not going to be enough. The Fate was sealed at that point, and he's been taken down. Orgrin pretty low, but he's already trying to commit here with doing that, but it is a double kill for Sony as well. Onto the side of Influence Rage, really playing this game 1 against STMN to perfection.
Yep, they took a chance, but they got punished for it. At this point, it was just Influence Rage just running rampant across the map, right? So they take that T1, even though they took it after the fight, the pressure given by this Lung Patroni has been on point, which allowed them to access the jungle. And the fact that Sony, right, so mobile, running all the way from the Clash lane down to the bot lane and the farm lane, gets a kill for himself, doing so well, 2-0-2, now standing close to 4,000 gold as we hit that 6-minute mark.
Yes, STMN already being pushed all the way to the T2 in that farm lane, and we're seeing a little bit of this reaction here as well. The replay coming in here, the re-engage from Zing, I feel like, is a little bit of a mistake here, because when you're going against Doom, when you're going against the Charlotte as well, it's really hard to try and take those heroes out regardless, even when you are on the best foot into an engage, because of the amount of damage that Dune can soak, and then obviously the HP regen from the Charlotte. Some of these members on the side of STMN may have not already built any sort of anti-regen. We can see the Burning Cape come through on Orgrim, but Orgrim was already pretty low, and then obviously Elaine was a little bit too far from that fight to try and do anything in terms of worth. But again, it's looking like Influence Rage are doing a very great job in this game. One, getting a knock-up with the Unbridled Blade. Wow, that was hard to even pronounce for Blam there. Too much coffee for myself, and they still managed to get away.
Yep, it's a tough situation, right? And at this point, Influence Rage, they're going to be more and more daring because Petroni already has a Master Sword and they are pretty tanky at this point. It has extended into a 2,000 gold lead. So Influence Rage, right now, it's exactly what they need to be doing, right? Establishing control across the map, stealing camps away from Zing, and this is going to slow down his farm, but, you know, at the same time, allow them to grow that much faster.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you pay attention to the gold lead here, it's not that far between, especially at that 7-minute mark when we were used to yesterday. Around about that 4-minute mark, we had 2 to 3k gold difference, and now we're going into the almost 8-minute mark here, and we're already up only about 3k, so it's nothing that I don't think STMN can actually not come back from, but I feel like the macro for the side of STMN just needs to be a little bit better here. We can kind of see from Karubi, trying to take that T2 in the Clash lane, but again, it's just been negated here by Charlotte and Dune, sticking together pretty well on the side of Influence Rage.
Yeah, it's tough, right? At this point, Patrol X only not the final form, but he does have the Burning Cape along with the Dark Knight Cape, Dark Knight Radiance, right? So at this point, Raikou is already pretty tanky. He's going to get his Long Night Guardian really soon. We're talking about maybe the next 30 to 40 seconds. He just needs to clear maybe one more camp, and he will be. This kill will allow him to do so.
Yeah, avoiding. It was actually caught out there a little bit. It's a lot of damage being taken onto him there. Leviatan also trying to get that last little bit of damage to try and get another kill onto the side of Influence Rage, but it just wasn't quite enough. Zing trying to take back his Azure Golem buff, but it was unfortunate for him. Influence Rage was able to pick that up. Riku steals the Azure Golem from Zing as well, but the neutral objectives are now back up again. Tyrant looking to go over to the side of Influence Rage once more.
Yeah, Blam, it's a difficult situation, right? I mean, if I'm Raikou, I'm super happy with what's happening now. This is exactly how the game is supposed to go based on the draft. Right now, they have that mega front line. He is so tanky, and all they need to do is to secure farm across the map, right? And this not only stifles the growth, this also opens up doors for potential kills, which slows the team down on the side of ST, and then even more. Here we go.
Yes, a big engage here for the side of Influence Rage, already taking one of the members of STMN down, and they're looking to take a tier 2 turret as well, but the wave click comes through for STMN. They're able to clearly take that wave, but as we look down to the bottom side of the map in the farm lane, With Death is trying to take that T2 in the farm lane, just trying to get some of those objectives, trying to get some of that lane priority from the side of Influence Rage, because if they don't get those lanes won for themselves, it's going to be a lot harder for them because they're lacking in the gold, they're lacking in the neutral objectives as well. So they kind of need to make an MO here for the side of STMN. And I feel like playing these side lanes, trying to get these T2s is probably where they can try and take the late game here for themselves, especially with Orgren, especially with Lady Sun as well. But the Death on Sunset just comes through just so he can try and get back onto the side of his team rather than playing from behind his team there, which was probably a good move from With Death.
Yeah, you can see the way Influence Rage, they're trying to influence the movements around the map, right? This is exactly what they need to do because STMN, they were doing a very good job. They're trying to balance out the farm, and at this point, a lot of potential for a big fight. Whoever wins this next fight is going to have control of the game.
Absolutely. If they do win this and take that T1, we all know how important that T1 turrets are in the mid lane. It opens up so much real estate, even though, I mean, you can't open up much more real estate than that T2 being pulled out into the farm lane already here. 1v1 between Withdrawn and Sony, but I don't think anything's going to really commit there. I don't think Withdrawn has it within him to take Sony in a 1v1, especially with a level difference as well as a gold difference, as a broad note for both of these teams.
Yeah, so you can see, you know, Influence Rage, they're trying to get STMN out of the safety zone, but STMN does not want to, you know, give them that opening at this point, right? So they will leave out the Overlord at this point simply because they want to make sure that they have the waves to manage. And if you take a look at the growth of the items, hang on, simple pokes, yeah, it's just a simple poke at this point. But item-wise, Lady Sun is reaching that mark, Eternity Blade soon.
Yeah, I think that little whole interaction there in the mid lane was just a little bit of a tease. They got to be careful on the side of STMN because that T1 has fallen, so they need to try and retreat into safer grounds here. We can already see with Def already trying to push that T2 into the farm lane, but there we go.
What?
Okay, Petroni getting a kill onto Kurumi as well, so that's already a kill for the side of Influence Rage, a T2 for Influence Rage as well, and they're currently fighting a 4v2. Augurs coming from the back as well as with Def. Zing with Def really need to do something here, really need to soak up the damage because they don't have much damage other than the Hino here. Hino just needs to get in, get that poke. It is a 2-1 trade so far for the side of STMN. But now Petroni's back into it. The damage is coming through. He's going to get that double kill here onto Hino. No, it's going to go over to Sony there. But still, overall, 2-2 trade and a higher ground turret for Influence Rage. And they're not done yet, kid. Lung takes down the Motsu, but with Def is finally able to get a kill there. Def on Sunset tries to be the saving grace here for him. Kurumi is the only one left standing between the Charlotte and the Dun, but is able to take down Charlotte as well. Just no minions to push this crystal, and right now they need to play on the front foot for stamina. They need to do something right now. STMN are struggling at the crystal.
Yep, they escape with this by the skin of their teeth, right? Because at this point, they were so close. If Kurumi died there, the game would have been over. Nonetheless, but I think there is some silver lining on the way that STMN is playing at this point, because they did manage to figure out how they should approach the fight against Influence Rage. If you notice that in that earlier engagement, they did not focus on Raikou, and I think that is the perfect solution, right? Ignore this super soaker, this sponge of a tank. Let's just go for the squishies, right? They wanted to catch out Petroni. The Lao was caught out as well, and more importantly, Cozy could not get the full combination down. So if they can perform that again, I think that could be the winning formula for the side of STMN.
Yeah, this is got to be really lucky into the next team fight, right? That's what we're trying to get at here for those watching at home, is that they just got to try and not focus that Doom pick. Because like Kin said there, it's just so much defense, so much like hell coming through. Oh, what goes through there is the crucial kill theft for STMN. This could be the lifeline for the LATAM North team, the second seed, sorry, of their qualifier, but it's not stopping Influence Rage here. If anything, it's influencing the rage of the team, because they're like, yo, you've stolen our neutral objective. That was our way in. But hey, taking the T2 in the mid lane, they need to start playing a little bit more aggressive here. But STMN do have the Shadow Vanguard.
Yep, they opened up, they forced that opportunity for themselves. Right now, Kurumi needs to stay alive. As long as Kurumi does not get caught, it should be an opening they can expose. They have found and identified the chink in the armor on the side of Influence Rage. Can they capitalize on it? That's the big question here.
Yeah, that complete outsmite there, the crucial kill theft, is really going to be putting STMN back onto Game 1 map here, because before that point, it was looking pretty desperate for them. They've just got to try and not focus the Doom pick here. The Shadow Vanguard has been dropped down into the farm lane. They were able to take the T2 with just the normal Vanguard. So having these pressures into the side lanes really going to make Influence Rage try and a lot harder to force this fight in the mid lane, because they have no push of minions in the mid lane. They have no minions in the side lane. They have a lot of pressure in terms of those Vanguards coming through right now. But you can kind of see the STMN have the footing here to try and make a fight go in their favor. But you can see that Riku knows that he is the key to all this, because if he starts running towards them and they have to fight him, he's then going to have to take all those abilities, which he can. They are able to take that T1 as they try and keep Raikou in place in the brush there, so STMN may have the bounce back.
Yep, and if you take a look at it, after the steal, that was a huge gold drop, right? It was a huge gold swing going over to the side of STMN, and at this point, I think they need to be really careful, because we're reaching towards that late game. This might be the first Tempest Dragon we're looking at in, what, 48 hours, and this could be a big one.
Yeah. It's funny how we had this discussion earlier, right? That I was like, hey, what's your average game time, Kin? And we went through all of this thing, and I was like, I haven't seen a Tempest Dragon since the 18th of August, but we may, after 48 hours, finally get a Tempest Dragon in the Open Series Split 2 here, which is Influence Rage against STMN. But now that they actually have a lot of priority in these lanes, I feel like we're going to get a big fight here. They've got to be careful of Lady Chen. Cozy looking pretty not so cozy right now, taking a lot of damage from that initial team fight.
Right, Blam, I'm just going to lay down on you. Here's my expectations of what's going to happen. At this point, right, with Def, you can see he's always trying to go for the split push, right? At this point, he does have, I think he's fully itemized, already 6/6 slotted, so he does have magic resist. He does have the blood rage for the extra health and damage as well. So he's going to try and split the waves up, try to get that split push going. And at the same time, STMN, all they have to do now is to be able to hold off or capture the attention of Influence Rage. But Influence Rage, you know, with the Unruly Blade, if you get the perfect initiation, it could spell death.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to catch the attention of something that has the name Rage in it, right? All they're going to be seeing right now is red, and they want as little red on that board as possible in terms of health bars. But we see the Cannon Blast coming through, trying to deny the engage here from Raikou, which could be huge. No. But what is huge is that damage from Petroni onto Kurumi, which is already taken down. One of the damage outputs on the side of STMN right now. So all they have remaining for the side of STMN is that Hino. So they've really got to play this very well. Hino there with a Fave Recall, just trying to keep that high ground turret safe, but there is minions, there is everybody on the side of Influence Rage, bar Sony going into the top lane looking for a split push mechanic here. There is currently a 1-0 trade. It's still only Lady Sun that has gone down. This is a very prolonged team fight, but this is the kind of team fights that STMN have got to try and make the most of.
Yep, it's really unfortunate, right? Kurumi, I think at this point needs to watch his positioning because he has been caught out multiple times already. And all it takes is just one simple combination from Petroni to get that kill. So at this point, they need to look for something else. But on the side of Influence Rage, perfect. This is a perfect game for them at this point. Splendor already in the hands of Cozy, so he can go a little bit more aggressive. At the same time, with the passive on the Ocean of Tears, you could see that potential outplay, right? So STMN, the game is not over yet, but they're struggling. They need to see what are the forms of entry can they gather to try and win this team fight against Influence Rage.
I mean, over the next minute or so, they've really just got to try and counter the engage that they're going to have with these Vanguards, right? Because now that the Shadow Vanguard's here as well, it's going to be a little bit harder for them to clear them out. They are pretty much super soaked minions in the form of Vanguard Dragon type things that you don't want to be seeing when all your high ground turrets, bar your mid lane, is gone. And then once that's gone, if that Vanguard is at your crystal, it's going to be super hard for you to try and get it away. And then all you need to do is have a solid means of into the enemy team and then try and take a few of their bodies down. And then we could see the end here of game one right now, kid. We see Influence Rage already at the door. Raikou has the Sage's Sanctuary as well, so that means he has double lifeline, but there is damage going left, right, and center. We see Elaine is absolutely slashing at nothing there. Petroni gets the first kill in the entire of the engage with death. Is on the wrong side of the fence, but Cozy, Villo go down as well. Petroni is on that second wind, now is dead. This is STMN fighting on their back foot. They need to take this Vanguard out. They need to wait, just completely clear these waves and try and take this Tempest Dragon. This is all they've got, right?
Yep, Influence Rage, they knock them down, but they just can't knock them out. STMN, what a big defense at that point, right? And I think at this point, most people on both sides, they're already fully itemized, 6 slotted, with the exception of maybe the supports. Yep, so Villau 1 doesn't have that, but at this point, STMN, they see an opening. They want to try and go for this Tempest Dragon. At the same time, you can see with that, he makes the split push, he's making his way down. This could be a big moment for STMN.
Yeah, I mean, Raikou's still got the Sage's Sanctuary, right? So he still has that, the ballsy moments that he can have. He can still get in there, but Orphan's now back into the Tempest camp. No, he has the Smite. Is he going to be able to get it? Yes! STMN are able to get the Tempest Dragon, but are they going to be able to get this last team fight? Because you can guarantee that this will be the last team fight within this game one. At least we hope so, right? 20 minutes in, with death, takes down Raikou finally, which seems like the unkillable giant, which was Dune himself. himself. They are down 2 members, resurrecting with death is now coming through with a split push into the farm lane where we have Orgrin and Hino looking to meet with the Tempest Vanguard in that mid lane. They need to do something here for Inference Rage. They only have Cozy, Petroni, and Villo left. There is not a lot of tankiness, but there is a lot of damage here, Ken.
Yeah, they were crawling and clawing their way back. Finally, the door has been opened. STMN, can they end the game here?
Hopefully so here for themselves, because it's been a hard-fought victory for them. Defeat goes over to Cozy. This looks like it. The Crystal just needs some minions there on the side of STMN. They need their sidemen with them at the Crystal so they can try and do some damage to it, but it is Cozy going down. Sony is back in 4 seconds, but it is STMN after a 20-minute game, Kin. They take game 1 when it didn't look so hot for them to begin with. You can see them going, just literally cussing out the other team. Like, yo, we took all the beatings for so long, but we got that game 1.
Yeah, this is why coaches tell you need to train your stamina, right? This is where stamina matters in the games. A huge win for the side of STMN. I mean, let's come clean with it. This was an Influence Rage game all the way, up until the point where it was a stolen Shadow Overlord from the side of Kurumi. The game was just all in Influence Rage's favor. Now, Blem, I don't know about you, but at that last moment where they were looking at the Tempest Dragon, was it a mistake or a missed opportunity on the side of Influence Rage? Because I think they placed a little bit too much emphasis on fighting the members of STMN.
Yeah, I don't think they was waiting for them to commit or expect the Orgrin to rotate so fast down to the Tempest Dragon pit there, because that's what really made the difference, right? But at the end of it, it wasn't even a smite that claimed the Tempest Dragon. It was actually the ultimate shell from Kurumi that got it, which was the steal of the Overlord and then the securing of the Tempest Dragon, which really made it frightening for Kurumi because he didn't have the best performance. The Lady's Son is normally the carry at that point, but really just using that to just could claim these neutral objectives was a little bit different of a playstyle on the Lady's Son that we're used to.
Yeah, I mean, Glenn, I hope you've had your meal, because at this point, no, maybe not have a meal. This appetizer is quite tasty, right? This is just game 1 of a best-of-3 series between the two teams, and I have to commend some of the players on the side of Influence Rage. I really like the fact that Raikou is doing so well on this dun. At the same time, Sony has been putting up an absolute monster performance up until the last few moments, where even when there was the Tempest buff, he still managed to pull down one of the lives on the side of With Death, right? And so let's take a look at the items, man.
Yeah, I mean, just look at all that gold across the board. I don't think we've seen as much gold in the whole of the last 48 hours, Kin, than we have in this game 1, right? I mean, Orgrim with 14k, we have Lady's Son with 16k, and then we have With Death with 15, and then over to the side of Influence Rage, they have 17k, 15k, 14k as well. So a lot of gold to be had, and you'd only think so, right? With this being a 20-minute plus game, Tempest Dragon finally getting onto the board as well, which we haven't seen for the past 48 hours. I haven't seen in my own ranked games since the 18th of August. I kind of forgot what it looked like, to be honest. Kind of shocked when it came up. I was like, oh, that's the game-ending mechanic that STMN want to go for.
Yep, it's a tough one to swallow, right, for the side of Influence Rage. Take a look at the damage that they dealt. This time is Kurumi responsible for 32% of the team's damage, and for good reason as well. Once Kurumi figured out the distancing that he needed to have to make sure he didn't get caught out by Petroni, it was just a game over for the side of Influence Rage, right? Petroni, you have to give him props. He dealt so much damage as well. One singular combination spelled instant death for Kurumi. And you could see they were losing up to the last point of the game. That big dip in gold, it really just shows you the difference, right? All it takes is one singular clean blow.
I'm expecting this highlight reel to be at least 5 minutes long, right? After having that 21 point, almost 22-minute game for the side of STMN and Influence Rage. But what a victory that must feel like, right? Because normally we've been seeing teams finish at 8 minutes, 9 minutes, but knowing you've been playing on the back foot for the good side of maybe 15 minutes of that whole game, for you to then come back at the Crystal, that's just like a winner's dream, right? That's kind of like somebody on the back ropes there, Boxer just being on around the back ropes and then swinging, just trying to keep their opponent away. All of a sudden, just get that second wind as if they've equipped Sage's Sanctuary for themselves, and then just come out literally arms flailing, enough to get them taken down on the side of the enemy team. But it's been so many good team fights into that late game, and this is the beauty of Honor of Kings, right? When it gets to the late game, the team fight just gets so much more enthralling, so much more gripping, because you have so much Sage's Sanctuary, you have Splendors coming through, you just have so much damage that you've got to try and melt through. And that was the whole thing that STMN had to do, was just try and wear down the Sage's Sanctuary, try and wear down that Dune, and then that point, it was pretty much GG.
Yep, so it's really clear, right? STMN, they're not easy to beat at the same time. You can push them down, right? You can knock them down, but you can't knock them out. And I like the style of play coming out from STMN because they showed a very good understanding of the game. Now with Death, I feel like with this MVP, super validated, right? He was doing his best the entire game. Every single opportunity, split push, let me fix the waves, let me make sure there's constant pressure on the side of Influence Rage. And with that ending blow, with the opportunity, the enabler of the team, Kurumi, getting the steals, getting the damage in, he made sure he played his role extremely well, which was to dive the backline. STMN, they showed a very good understanding. Let's ignore the tank. Let's go for the squishies. We get the damage dealers first. We will be able to win 1v5. How tanky can he be, right? There's in Honor of Kings, I haven't seen one person do a 1v5 successfully. I've yet to see it. I don't want to see it. And this game by STMN, class.
Yeah, it really was. It was really like, it shows the true testament of it's not a sprint, it's a race. Because if it was a sprint, it would have been a 7-minute match. But this was just a race in its entirety. This was a team of players just passing the baton to each other. But I have to give props to Withdraw for getting that MVP, because this would not be a race if it wasn't for the early work that he was putting in by pushing those side lanes, getting that macro play. Just honestly, a little bit of a time traveler's warping. It was like, you know what, we need to do this. This needs to be my major objective for us to actually play the late game, because if we don't do this now, we have no late game. So props to him getting MVP, because he clearly saw the bigger picture.
Yep, so STMN, to me, they are the ticking time bomb team, right? If you don't defuse them early on, you will get punished for it. Now, of course, with that being said, we need to give both teams a break. We will be taking one when we're back. Let's take a look at how Game 2 between Influence Rage and STMN is going to go down.
Liu Bang doesn't have any strongly held beliefs beyond safeguarding his own interests, but when it comes to that, he'll spare no effort. This is his passive skill, which automatically grants him a stack of mark every second. At a certain number of marks, he gains an enhanced basic attack. This is his main damage skill. It enables a shield that deals damage to nearby enemies either when it expires or when he manually disables it. His skill 2 provides movement and crowd control, letting him charge forward to damage and stun enemies in his path. Liu Bang's ultimate is a teleportation skill. It provides the selected teammate with a shield and after a short delay, teleports him to the teammate, restoring health to teammates within range. Upon arriving, Liu Bang also gains an extra movement speed bonus. Notably, the longer he channels for, the stronger the shield and the greater the magical damage dealt by the teleportation. This combo is great for protecting teammates that are being overwhelmed. First, select a teammate to provide them with a shield. As he starts channeling his ultimate, activate skill 1 and wait for the channeling to finish, or tap the ultimate again to teleport. Then, use skill 2 to dash and stun enemies, followed by stage 2 of skill 1 and an enhanced basic attack to deal burst damage. This combo is mainly used to protect your team's carry. It utilizes the ultimate shield and magical damage to help teammates block fatal damage and gives them an opportunity to counterattack. Note that stage 2 of the ultimate can be used flexibly depending on the situation of the battle, though it is most often used to provide emergency support or to retreat from combat. At the start of a match, Lu Bang can choose to clear his lane with skill 1. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can clear the clash lane first, then teleport to teammates to help them. Since his ultimate lets him travel fast, he can take the time to clear minion waves before teleporting to a teammate. This puts pressure on the enemy in the lane, while at the same time building a numerical advantage in teamfights. He can also let teammates initiate fights and use his ultimate to provide them a shield, then jump in to absorb damage and take out enemies with help from the carry. If he's facing an enemy who is stronger but doesn't have any crowd control skills, he can use his ultimate to instantly teleport to easily flee the danger. Lu Bang should focus on leveling up during the early game. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can keep using it to reach teammates and help them build an advantage. During the mid to late game, once he has enough defense and damage, he can mainly focus on laning and teleport into teamfights to protect the carry and take out unsuspecting enemies.
There, pull out the root of the problem. What's a conscience? A kind of snack? Why duel someone when you can gang up on them in a valley?
Welcome back, everyone. This is time for the second game of this best of 3 series between Influence Rage and STMN. This is a game that really puts the quote, right, almost is never enough, right? They were so close. Influence Rage almost had it, but they just couldn't close the game. Blam, your expectations for game number 2.
To be honest, after how game 1 ended and how game 1 actually just unraveled, I don't think I can actually put a prediction onto it, to be honest, because both of these teams could go head-to-head. They could just make one fatal mistake, whether it's getting the crucial kill theft and losing the neutral objective for themselves, or it's just a really bad team fight that's taken place, or maybe Influence Rage just quite struggle at that late game, because we know some of these teams that are on their world stage. Loops, for example, were a team that was highlighted many times where it got to the late stage. It was hard for them to actually kind of just conclude to get to their victory. But speaking of conclusions, let's start at the beginning of game 2 here. Bans and picks coming through.
Exactly the same, right? So we're looking at the same bands, at least at the start. This first phase, Yuhuan ban, we have the Arlie as well as the Da Chao. So once again, I don't think we're going to get the exact same hero picks, but bands-wise, it looks like we still keep that train of thought, right? We don't want to have a Mai, and it is going to be a Dolia first pick again.
Yep, Dolia first pick for the side of Influence Rage. I mean, it really did give a lot of just quality to their team, right? I mean, those knockups, the heals in the early game for their farm lane as well. It really had a lot of assets for itself, but they are taking the Lung and going for the lane for themselves on the side of STMN. So they're taking the Lung away from Petroni, which was a big pick for him.
Yeah, very big one. And with Death this time back in the loving arms of the lane, right? So this could be a very strong marker. I like the way that STMN is thinking, all right? Don't fix what's not broken. I think the Lung pick is really smart as well, because we know how strong Petroni is with this hero.
Yeah, I can imagine with other marksmen as well that he's probably just as strong. The HoK comes through, which we know is paired with Dolia pretty often, especially getting those 2 sun blazing arrows come through. I'm pretty sure we saw it on the side of Fearless Esports, Hong Kong as well yesterday. So it's clearly a tried and tested combo. It really works. It's able to sort of, you don't have to be direct near your team fight to have a lot of influence. So getting the HoYi for that dual arrows rather than the one is a very good pick for the side of Influence Rage. But STMN are able to still pick up that Orgren, and it's going to go into the jungle once more.
Yeah, I really like the fact that you mentioned about the HoYi because a lot of people underestimate the amount of burst damage he can do in the later parts of the game, right? He's one of the most damaging farm lanes if you give him the opportunity, but also there is a huge risk because he is pretty immobile. So if STMN gets their hands, especially like with Death, I think he could easily lay hands on this farm lane on the side of Influence Rage.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely with being able to just get onto him, because once you've got onto the HoYi, he's kind of very unstickable, right? You can kind of get onto him, that's it, you're done for at that point. A very immobile marksman when you are up close, but that's the point of just getting up close to him, because I can imagine the next two picks for the side of Influence Rage are going to be quite tanky, quite a big front line. The Kaiser has not been banned this time, so they could go for the Dolia Kaiser combo and then maybe even pair it up with Liempo into the Clash lane as well. Just have dual tanks and then just leave it up to the Lady Chen and leave it up to the HoYi to just be able to just do a lot of damage. But hey, that'll be the next time for Influence Rage to pick that up. And STMM know that the Kaiser is probably going to come through here because they have no more bans. They have their jungle. There's no way that they can take the Kaiser for themselves. In terms of the mid lane, the high note for STMN as Gun, maybe they could go for Princess Frost here. They definitely need a mage though.
Yeah, for sure. Someone with a lockdown, either a lockdown or someone with huge burst rolls. So I'm looking at maybe a Gan Mo or even a Shangguang would work wonders. But Ziya is also a very prevalent pick simply because of the sanctification. Imagine giving this Orgren a level 25 or even a lane, even a lane, right? These three heroes benefit so much from that sanctification. At the same time, he's gonna be over level most of the time, keeping pace with the junglers on the opposite end of Influence Rage.
Yeah, I mean, the Suya doesn't really give a lot of damage, but like you said, it's the utility of breaking that level cap, giving them that level 25 level cap, and then obviously himself, he can level up a lot quicker as well. Every kill that he gets onto a minion, he picks up a little bit of experience. But hello, kid, this was a pick you were asking for all of yesterday. The Nazar coming through as well. That is a strong front line and a lot of true damage.
Yes, for sure, as well as a global map presence. This is a very smart pick. I like this from Influence Rage. This time, let's see if they can close the game out. At this point, it really is about protecting, Petroni, because HoYi is pretty susceptible to early ganks in the early stages of the game, and pair that up with a mage Ziya, right? At this point, there's still a potential flex pick. Ziya can be played into the support role. So looks like no, they will have the more to go into the support role. So Ziya will be able to get the Divine Punishment. If he gets it onto Petroni, it's going to spell disaster.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult here for them to try and lock down the HoYi, but I suppose once they've got their way in, and I suppose with Def is kind of already trying to preempt this as well. He's already probably playing that situation over in his head because we know how much of a forward thinker he is, especially after that split push in game one that really helped them close that late game. But yeah, it's all about, for Influence Rage here, is just keeping the HoYi alive, just making sure that he doesn't get taken down in the early game, which is the point where he kind of becomes unfeasible. Because if he's not able to be fed or farm up, it's going to be a lot harder for him to activate.
Yep, exactly. And take a look at what's going to happen. The Mortar is actually something that I think is going to be quite effective against the likes of Influence Rage. But this can be countered, right? Depending on how fast Raikou farms this game, he could even out the odds.
Yeah, I mean, he had a solid performance on the Dune in game one. Kaiser with the Invincible Warrior, especially paired with Dolia, is very, very scary. I would honestly say it's probably scarier than the Dune, right? Because not only that, he does a lot of damage as well. Kaiser can actually do quite a bit of damage, especially within the early game, especially able to sustain, do quite a bit of damage, gives a bit of slow as well. So there's a lot within Kaiser's kit that really works very well. And into the late game when he has that six items stacked up and locked in, it's going to be hard for the side of STMN to burst him down.
Yeah, but one of the benefits of having an Organ is the very extremely fast rotational speeds. You can see Zing already completed both camps. He is going to be looking for an opening on the side of Influence Rage. Sony, I think he's going to be doing well in the lane, right? 1v1, I find it hard for Nerza to lose to anyone at this point, let alone a lane. So let's see how this goes up with the 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, Sony's already up with a level ahead, right? I mean, the CC immunity just come through with Death there, but he is already pretty low with the health. Or he's kind of having to retreat, but Sony doesn't want to let him get away, but he is able to get into that T1. The mid lane having a bit of a brawl here.
Yep, and big benefits to Raikou. He does manage to get a little bit more EXP. He uses the smite onto that River Sprite, so he will have level 5 slightly faster than Zing. Will he make the world difference? Let's see.
Yes, I think another good thing of Suya as well is that wave clear from the ultimate, right? You may not want to be using it on waves, but it's just one of those things that if the side of STMN lose like the Lung, which Kurumi died quite frequently in that game 1, so now that he has that dragon form, he's able to get out of there. I can imagine we're going to see less deaths. He's going to be able to keep a bit more of a survivability for himself. But then if he does fall, you've got Suya that's able to wave clear with that ultimate if needs be.
Yeah, it's a very big ultimate to use. Universal Law, one of my own favorites. But here we go. The aggression needs to be there from the side of the farm lane for Petroni and Bilal, because at this point, if they do successfully get an advantage in the farm lane, it could turn the game in favor of Influence Rage. They definitely need it, because this draft, I think it's allowing STMN to be a little bit stronger in the early stages of the game.
Okay, so we saw a potentially good Blazing Sun arrow there. Obviously, Dolia is there to give over the Celestial Blessing, to give over another Blazing Sun arrow, but there just was no commitment there from Cozy. But there's the Cannon Blast going on to Petroni. Petroni is just a little bit ahead of the XP on the side of Influence Rage compared to Kurumi right now. So you can kind of see that the marksman is a little bit better here, but Juso may be in trouble here. Riku goes in with the Invincible Warrior. There is the first blood. Once more going over to Influence Rage.
Yeah, man, that's why you pick the Kaiser, right? The Invincible Warrior is so useful in the early game dives as well. And, you know, early game, you can't really kill him. Imagine the late game potential of Raikou.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about earlier. It's quite scary to think of if we're going to get another 20-minute match, what that Kaiser is going to achieve, right? But those neutral objectives are up. We can see Kaiser is at the Azure Golem trying to steal away from Orgrim, but he's not able to get it. He's able to get a kill, though. That is Cozy picking up another kill, setting up this neutral objective, possibly.
Yep, this is going to be huge, right? Influence Rage, I think it's pretty safe to say they have a very strong early game Universal Law going to be laid down. But is it enough to do the wave clear at this point? Because they want to establish control of the neutral objectives.
You can kind of see an effort here from Petroni and Villo here trying to push that bot lane, but we see Zing coming in with the gank here. Petroni looking pretty low. He has the flash. There we go. Returned to life. He is taken down the whole Yi. But still, they're not going to try and go for the neutral objective. I think this is the perfect time, right? Because Kaiser's on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, exactly. Totally blindsided with the kill on the farm lane, as well as getting the free tyrant for yourself. That's great, right? Yes, Sony's going to do well in the top lane, but at this point, it doesn't really matter for the side of STMN, right? Let's secure the EXP and the gold for ourselves. We allow Juzo to make full use of that sanctification as well. He's already at level 10. He's higher level than Raikou.
It's kind of mad to think, right? But that is the whole point of his passive. Is just he's able to get extra XP, and he has a level 25 cap to reach, right? He has to sprint to that level 25.
Yep, and bear in mind, because he is 3 levels ahead of Petroni, it could be a disastrous position if Petroni gets caught. Oh, nice stun.
Yep, speaking again, caught. He gets caught by the Sun Blazing Arrow there. Blazing Sun Arrow comes through, but it's not going to be enough there. But Kaiser goes in with the Invincible Warrior. The T1 is down in the farm lane. This could mean for a big engage here for Influence Rage. They are still trying to approach it carefully. Zing looking pretty low. Arvonian looking really low as well. And Kaiser already looking. Still a lot of health for the side of Influence Rage. T2 not taking any blemishes just yet, but that was an aggressive push for Influence Rage.
Yep, so for all of the aggression, for all the Cs they have sown, let's take a look at their items. At this point, Venomous Staff, once again, a very utility-based Lady Chen here for Cozy, right? So Venomous Staff probably going into the Stone of Sorcery to get that burst damage for her skills as well. Similar story to game 1, right? So we see Influence Rage, they are kind of ramping up the gold accumulation as well.
Yeah, it is very similar, same song and dance of game 1 where Influence Rage really owned that early game, but I feel like there's a little bit more of a dominance here for STMN compared to game 1's early game, but we do see that Sony is going down with a teleportation mechanic to stop withdraw from with death, from doing that MO, from getting that split push onto the T1 in the farm lane, which we saw him do in game 1. But is this the definition of insanity though, right? You do the same thing but expect the same results. Surely it's not going to work 2 games in a row.
Well, I mean, taking a lead is definitely something you want to achieve for all games, right? So I think Influence Rage, they're just doing exactly what they need to do. It's perfectly fine at this point. And just as I speak about it, Petroni has now secured the Doomsday. He's going to deal a lot more damage in teamfights against STMN. Now, the question is, will they get caught off guard? Because if you take a look at the rotations, STMN, they're looking for something.
They look a little bit closed in, though, here on in the jungle, whereas we see that Arboni flashes over the wall to get the cannon blast onto the Dolia, but is it going to be enough? There is a triple man knock up. There is, though, Death on Sunset onto the Lady Chen as well. So that is a 2-1 trade so far for the side of STMN, and they're not quite done yet. We see that Riku is still quite tanky with the health, but it is only Riku alive now. It is Lung. We have Lung, Ogren, and Elaine here, all trying to fight here. They do force away a lot of the teammates because they have lost a lot of health here. They don't want to take this 1v1 against Kaiser because Kaiser can soak that damage and do so much more.
Red team.
Yep, it's the showcase of the junglers here. Raikou doing so much work for his team. He's going to chase into Kurumi. Kurumi does not have his dragon form. No infinite vastness to play around. He will be chased down at this point.
It's literally cat and chaser. Cat chases mouse there, and unfortunately the mouse was caught. There was no dragon to turn into, unfortunately for Kurumi. But well played to STMN for getting a really positive outcome in that whole trade into the Tyrant.
Yep, so it's a little bit of a painful point for the side of Influence Rage, but I think they have evened out the losses here. They took the Crimson Golem away, they took the Tusk Boar camp as well. Now, Sony gonna reward himself with the Blood Rage as well. He has been particularly muted this game, but you can expect late game Nerza, he's gonna be a huge problem. He has instant and easy backline access with his ultimate Skyfall.
Yes, it's going to be a little bit of a game here for Influence Rage to try and claim some more lane priority now. They were looking strong in those earlier minutes of that game too. Reiku going in here with Vilo as well. That means that he's able to give that Celestial Blessing over pretty nearby. Suya coming in with the ultimate to clear that minion wave just to keep them away from the T1 as well.
Yep, not a perfect timing for the side of STMN to take a fight. But it is perfect for the side of Influence Rage. They have all the ultimates up. They're looking for a kill.
Yep, so Death on Sunset comes through to try and save with Death, but it's not going to be long. He is now with Death. The double knock-up into the back line onto Arvoni, onto Juzo as well. Thanks to the Kaiser pick here is really giving a lot of pressure into these early fights. Because of the tankiness of the Kaiser, we have Petroni looking like he's going to get caught out here. It is. Suya gets the takedown, but it's also going to be a 1v1 takedown for Kaiser as well. Currently looking like a 2-2 trade. Is that going to be enough for Influence Rage to clap back here? Neza is here trying to keep the Dolia alive, but Lung gets the takedown as well. It is Neza and Lady Chen on the run, trying to claim the dragon once more.
Yep, he's gonna try and run for his life. No infinite vastness. Kurumi is set for death at this point. Sunny does have the bind. He should be able to get the kill here.
Oh, okay, so the whirlwinds do come through. The pain goes on to Lady Chen, but is able to try and get that bouncy ball of death onto the Lung, but it just wasn't quite enough there. So STMN's mouse is on the run and has successfully escaped the cat this time.
Yeah, Sony did not want to commit his Skyfall there. It was very risky. He was running into the arms of potentially 4 different members on the side of STMN. So, smart play, right? Cut the losses. Unfortunate, they didn't get the kill on Kurumi, but Influence Rage, the game is not over just yet.
No, yeah, it's all bubbling up here in the mid lane, it seems, for both of these teams now that neutral objectives are in their shadow form, which makes them even more deadlier. But here we are, Influence Rage already trying to take a little bit of an engage here, trying to wipe out the side of STMN, and that's with death going down, which is a huge part of their engage into these team fights, kid.
Yep, the backline is now safe. Right now, Influence Rage, they need to figure out where do they find that chink in the armor, right? Where is the opening?
I think they found the opening at T1 there, kid. They've opened that T1 up perfectly, but are they going to be able to get into the T2? We do see that Orgrin is able to go in onto Petroni. Petroni overextending a little bit too much into the side of the lane as well there. But Lung coming through with the ultimate, trying to get that fear onto the side of Influence Rage. Cannon Blast does come through, but there's nothing else there to set it up because Lung and Tsuya are just a little bit too far behind.
Yep, no more damage offered from the side of Influence Rage. Petroni is dead, right? So I don't think this is a good time to take a fight, but STMN, they still need to clear the waves. At this point, look at the gold that the Orgrin has gotten for himself. Zing now at 10,000 gold. He's one item away from being 6 slotted. They're going to start working on the Overlord. This is a Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, this is a scary point to get to. Oh, speaking of scary, the crucial theft is paid back in dividends in game 2. The Blazing Sun Arrow from the base as well onto Kurumi is just deadly. Zing looking like he's going to be in a bit of a zinger here. He's able to escape just about from Influence Rage. Sony looking pretty low as well in health. That was a fantastic crucial theft.
Yep, giving them a taste of their own medicine there. What a steal by Cozy. That's a big play. This could be the change and the difference in history.
We could get a best of 3 here, kid. I'm holding on to my socks here, thinking that it is going to be a full best of 3. We've been starved of it since day 1 of the Open Series Split 2, but I feel like that this is such an even match between Influence, Rage, and Stamina STM right now, because the stamina on the board is crazy.
Yep, we are not the only ones that are hungry at this point. Influence Rage looking for an opening. Eating a couple of the shots coming in from Kurumi, it is quite painful, but it is Raikou who eats that damage, right? So he's going to heal up. At this point, STMM, they need to be really careful. Any overstep will cost them a life.
Yeah, we're kind of finding them back onto the same spot they were in game 1, right? They're almost at that crystal. The higher ground turrets are still intact, which they've got to kind of just make sure they keep intact for now, because it's going to be a little bit easier for a bounce back if they're able to just have that bit of support.
Yep, for now, at this point, it's Influence Rage working on the Shadow Tyrant. There is going to be an electric charge buff. So the Tyrant's buff going to be very effective, because that's exactly what Influence Rage likes to do, right? They love to fight. And pair it up, Petroni, Hoey loves the Tyrant buff.
He does love the Tyrant buff. I mean, the extra damage, that chain lightning effect as well. And if you just give that over to the Crimson Golem as well, he's going to be pretty solid going into these team fights. That Blazing Sun Arrow comes through once more onto Zing. And it looks like that Tsuya has given it over to Orgrin because he's level 17 as well. But that's not what we're focusing on here. We do see the Orgrin go down. The Death on Sunset is just not going to be enough to drive away Influence Rage. But they are currently winning a 1v1 trade so far to the side of Influence Rage. Sony does go a little bit overbearing in that bit of team fight.
Yeah, but this is a specialty of STMN, right? They always find a way back. Here we go. The next stun comes in.
Next stun does come in, but there is no follow-up. We do see Withdraw trying to just sit in that bush and play very cordial with that weight, and we are getting into the back of the line there, trying to take out Petroni, but there's too much damage going through. Death on Sunset tries to follow the Dolia. We do get a takedown there. Is Petroni going down as well, but we do lose Kurumi, so both of the marksmen for both teams have now fallen, and so has 2 high ground turrets, Kin.
Yep, it's a big win for the side of Influence Rage. They were looking to change the state of the game, change the history, and so far they are successful, right? They've broken 2 of the tier 3s. They are fully 6 slotted for a couple of the members. Petroni, 6 slotted. Sony, 6 slotted as well. And of course, the most important, Raikou, 6 slotted. So 3 members with 6 slots. Let's see, what can they do?
Yeah, I mean, we're still waiting for Lung to come through and activate with that little bit more of damage. We can kind of see that he's either going to go into the Starbreaker here because he has the extra second tier item for the penetration. He already has the Extra Torment, so he's not going to build two of those guys. And so we should be seeing that Starbreaker come through for the side of STMN on Kurumi there. And that could be big, especially going against the Raikou and Sony.
But it's tough, right? Because you're fighting into a whole E. His range is longer than you, so it is going to be a difficult place to position. And it's really hard to find yourself in a spot where you can kind of lay down the damage without getting hit in the face.
Yeah,
oh, here we go. Stun comes in.
Definitely Zing once more. He loves getting hit in the face with that star. Blazing Sun arrow there, but there we go. Sony is committing with the ultimate from Nezeb, but there is plenty of damage going over to Nezeb as well. That is too much of an early engage. We do see that the backline is getting attacked with death. Just constantly being a little stealthy ninja was enough to take them away.
I mean, he is such a classy Clash laner, right? You don't expect him to come from the back. And if Influence Rage don't watch their back carefully, this might cost them the game. They don't want to lose in the exact same fashion they did in game number 1.
Yeah, definitely not, but they are looking to eye up this Overlord, but I think they're a little bit not confident here, maybe using it as a bit of a bait to kind of try and draw the side of STMN there. Missing out that Blazing Sun arrow is probably a god gift to Zing there. Just being able to keep alive and not just have all the side of Influence Rage just flood on top of you.
Yep, you can see the thought process behind Influence Rage, right? They want to use this Overlord to bait them in. It's just a matter of minutes, right? The Tempest Dragon will be here in 2.5 minutes. They would like to secure this Overlord before that. They don't want a debuff to happen when the Tempest Dragon is spawning.
Imagine if we just get a beautiful kill, crucial kill theft here, but it looks like none of them are around there. The Cannon Blast is a little bit too far away, and Dolia just takes the brunt of it. So this is going to make this next minute or so a lot harder for STMN right now because they have the Shadow Vanguard come through, and then they also have the little minion Vanguards as well. They kind of need to do something here. I think they need to play at base and just defend like they did in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the next fight is just going to be who is the better team, because both teams, the common spells are up, the ultimates are up, everything is in line to have the biggest fight of game number 2.
Yes, we can see that Cannon Blast is going to be crucial in this next little bit of a defense for the side of STMN, just kind of trying to freeze the Kaiser into the front line of STMN right now. Zing, everybody trying to defend this higher ground turret right now. There's a lot of damage going over to Arvonian, and he is gone down, so the Cannon Blast is no more. Raikou making some hard work here for with death. But the Vanguard has got the slow, but he is just about at the border of the Crystal. And there is quite a few Sadie Sentry coming through once more for Influence Rage. So I feel like they can close it out here if they get more few kills here onto the side of STMN. But Zing has taken a load of damage there. The shield has come through. Okay, Sony goes down. Cozy, Riku are still alive with Petroni as well. And the Crystal is bare to the Vanguard. They just need to focus it to take this game too. From STMN, we are getting a full best of 3 in the 3rd day of the Open Series.
This is what we've been waiting for. This is what we've been looking for as well. This time, Influence Rage does not miss the mark. They get this game so well done.
Yes, absolutely. Not quite the 20-minute match of the game 1, but it was just a little bit more precise, a little bit more clear with what they had to do in that game 2. And it was definitely just trying to keep Withdraw from getting that split push potential going on. We saw Withdraw spending a lot more time in the bushes trying to get to that back line, especially when they were pushed towards the high ground turrets.
Yep, we definitely need to know what their diet is, right? They somehow grew eyes on the back of their heads. They knew that With Death was coming from behind, and boy, did they control him. And you have to give props to With Death. He was so close in changing the state of the game so many times. The 5-man dive from behind was always so potent. But thanks to Sony, as well as Vilao 1, very big plays. Not only did they get the heals, Sony always managed to get Zing to burn out that Death's Precipice early on, so he couldn't really take full advantage of his seer state. And if you take a look at his itemization, Overlord's Plate Mail on Sunny, and together with the Frostguard Embrace, Blood Rage, Ominous Premonition, it's all about making sure that there's disruptions to the healing They had to focus on him, and at the same time, he was able to deal damage with the fire tip spear, as well as that constant stun with the bind to make sure that Avoinen could never get the perfect take inside the box.
Yeah, the good thing about Petroni's build there towards the end is that you can kind of see a lot more defense items come through, so he's just able to kind of soak a lot more of the damage, try and withstand the likes of the Suya, likes of Orgrin as well, which is kind of just seem to be just trying to pin on Petroni towards the end there on the Hou-Yi, but thanks to those offensive items and the defensive items, it kept him alive. But just look at that gold graph. It's a little bit different there. We did see the sway of balance go into the favor of STMN towards the middle of the game, rather towards the end, which is how we saw game 1 end, but then it was just majoritively onto the side of Influence Rage there. But looking at this highlight reel, you can kind of see how Influence Rage really kind of set that game 2 victory early on.
Yep, they wanted to play for the late game, right? STMN, I think they had the correct idea in mind, but that's the risk of taking a Zhang Ziya, because Ziya at this point, he offers great amount of damage. Look at the knockup that he offers in this fight as well, but he's really squishy. And the fact that the Kaiser Raikou was always on him, it was difficult, because not only was he unable to deal the damage, there was no combination to be had. Even with the godlike plays, the classy plays coming out from With Death, when With Death is dead, there is no one else to put pressure. And that gives so much room for the rest of Influence Rage to just do whatever they want.
Yes, it was just a little bit unfortunate in terms of the draft. I can imagine that I would be very, very surprised if Dolia comes out in Game 3, right? Because I feel like that's where they need to ban this hero. It was heavily banned in the last 48 hours between the Pacific region teams. It was kind of like an unwritten law, unspoken truth that Dolia needs to be banned, and obviously came through towards in the finals of yesterday and really showed its colors, and it's showing its colors today within this best of 3, our first best of 3 that we're finally getting kin in the Americas regions.
Yeah, for sure, right? Different things that both teams need to ban, but let's take a look at the MVP of this game. It's going to be Raikou. It has to be Raikou. 134.6 thousand damage dealt between the entire duration of the game. But what's more impressive is the total amount of damage that he took. Over 150,000. Not only was he tanking, he was dealing the damage as well. So very well played. Raikou was always in the thick of things, making life so difficult for the Tsuya as well. Really lovely play. But now they have evened things up. Can they tilt the scales over to their end? That's the big question here.
Yes, it seems like STMN are having a tough time within this one as well. I mean, it is a heck of a first match. These are 2 of the best of their regions, Brazil's first seed, and then obviously Latam North's second seed. And it's really showing that they are one of the best teams, 2 of the best teams going into this open series, because it's a first best of 3. We've had our first 20+ minute match as well. So there's a lot more to be had, I think, in Game 3. But I think they need to pull out all the cards in this Game 3 draft. Maybe ban out the Dolia. Don't let the Kaiser come through, because as we just saw there with MVP for Raikou, he's able to get the damage dealt. He's able to take the damage. But speaking of taking things, we are taking a short break before we get into the last game in this best of 3, guys. So don't go anywhere, chat. We'll see you very soon.
it's time. Now it is game number 3 for the teams of Influence Rage going up against STMN. What a banger of a series so far. I think, Blam, we are so excited. Finally, we get 20-minute games.
Not only 20-minute games, but we're also getting a full best of 3. So it really just shows that the teams have to pull out all the stops in this next game, because this is a single elimination bracket. There is no lower bracket after this one. So both STMN and Influence Rage have got to do their best to finish this game 3 in style, and hopefully faster than those last two, because we see towards the end of that one that if STMN aren't able to set up that early game for the late game finisher, it's pretty much solidified that Influence Rage is able to just finish that off.
That's right, there are no do-overs for this, so it's critical that you get the advantage and you hang on to it, right? This time, it was Influence Rage who gave STMN a taste of their own medicine with the steals, the crucial thefts, and it proved to be the winning formula for their side. So game number 3, I think it's safe to say we don't know what's going to happen, and that's what's so exciting, right? There is no stomping, there is no one-sided affair. This time it is even Stevens. It is truly who is the better team.
Interestingly enough, we have STMN go onto the blue side this time around, because the past 2 games they've gone for red, but they've never really locked in their support and their farm lane, or a support and flex, or vice versa. They've gone for the Orgrim for the 3rd time. I think Zing had a better performance in game 2 on the Orgrim. I wasn't that best pleased with the Orgrim pick in game 1, but they're deciding to stick with it, right? This is kind of like a little bit of it's the AGG downfall. They always went for Orgrim, and it didn't quite go out the way they wanted it to, and it does give up the Arlie as well, and we've been seeing a fantastic Petroni on these farm lane heroes.
Yeah, it's quite a danger, right? I like the fact, but I honestly don't think the Orgrim is the problem here in terms of the draft. I like that pick as well. But, you know, talking about the Arlie, it is quite the counter towards the Orgrim, because it's really hard to catch a good Arlie, and there's no question about it. Petroni, gold class.
Interesting that the RNG comes through right now. Obviously, Long is off the table. Ali has been taken, but they go for the DRNG this time around. So they're clearly cooking something around these heroes that are already their priorities. They go for the Hino again, because that was a great pick in that first game, I think. Just having that extra little bit of damage in that mid lane was a really good thing for them, because if you look at Suya compared to Hino, I would rather go for Hino, right, in terms of damage. But speaking of damage, the guy that probably can take the most other than Dune and Kaiser, they lock in the Zhang Fei on Influence Rage.
Yep, he loves the punishment, right? And Zhang Fei with the Unbridled Outburst will be something that it's hard to deal with. STMN, I think I like the potential of the damage, but it might not be fast enough. And this also falls into the hands and responsibility of Kurumi, right? Can he farm fast enough? And it really comes down to the team. Can they enable this growth? And so far, STMN, they haven't shown that they can match up to the pacing of Influence Rage. Influence Rage, they love to take the advantage in the early game, and it is very strong.
Yes, very, very strong. We don't have a lane ban, so it's clear that one of these teams are going to pick up the lane at some point, whether Influence Rage decide to pick it up for Sunny this time, because the Naza pick has been taken off of the table there, but also the Motsu as well. But I think the Motsu pick could be doing a huge favor here for STMN, because they need to figure out this support role, because the Motsu game 1 was okay, it was fine, but it's not the hero you want to be picking when you're playing on the back foot. Dune getting locked in for Influence Rage.
Yep, they need someone who can soak, but they also need someone that's able to deal a little bit more control or maybe some damage. And based on what's happening on the side of Influence Rage, I am kind of preferring their draft at this point, because Dune, as we all know, that Unruly Blade, very short cooldowns, and he's very tanky. So let's take a look at this. STMN, this is a true go all in. Lianpo as a support, it's really risky, because he has to dive in. With the Tremor Smash, it is a full commit. And this leaves Kurumi opened up. And so if Petroni plays his cards right, he could get a free kill in the chaos of a team fight here.
Yeah, I mean, that was going to be my next point, was when we was talking about the support needing to be tanky, needing to be a little bit more of a front line. The Liampo with the Orgrim, we saw this yesterday, right? Generally gets a really good pairing up. Liampo most times out of 10 gets picked as a counter to the Orgrim, but we're seeing it paired together. So having those two great front lines, the Dharma as well was always paired in that 4th and 5th pick as well yesterday. So having that in the clash lane, but Byron as well. We saw some fantastic Byron plays yesterday, and Sony's been proven that he is a fantastic clash lane on the side of Influence Rage, but it's going to be see how he deals with the Dharma in this one as well, because we all know if Dharma can get that right mantra onto you, getting those crashes into the CC, into the wall, is going to be a detriment to the side of Influence Rage.
Yeah, you know what? When we're talking about Sony, I think there's only two things we need to watch out for, right? Number one, how does his laning phase go against the side of With Death, right? Secondly, once they have established the items, the levels as well, it then comes down, I think we need to pay attention to when he has flash, right? So we have seen so many flash plays with a Byron, flashes in, gets the Storm Strike, Force Field Suppression, and it's game over for the farm lane. And it is Kurumi on a D1 tier, he is squishy.
Oh, yes. He can also get caught out, right? I mean, he can be slippery. Obviously, he has the cleanse with his second ability, and he also has the stun with his...
Still will enforce the law as well. Perfect, very apt that it is Kurumi on the D1 tier, right? Imperial Police.
Absolutely. Enforcing is probably everything that he needs to do. He needs to focus that as well. Lady Chen, Ali, and the Zhongfei all looking to rotate to the bot side of the map. We can see that Kurumi's just being left there to try and farm up. We do know that Renji is needing those items to get that damage as well. We can imagine that we're going to see the likes of some attack speed come through for him as well, just so he can get and proc that passive.
Yep, at this point, it is going to be level 4 for both the junglers. Raikou as well as Xing have both hit the marks. I don't think we've seen any invasions or steals of any jungle camps. But this first play, it might change the state of the game. Raikou might be considering the dive in the top lane. Likewise, Xing looking at the bot.
Yeah, you can kind of tell that it's a little bit more composed with these teams, right? There is a lot of kind of, oh, do we, don't we, should I, will I? And then you kind of see like, no, let's just play it safe. We don't want to kind of be the overbearing first blood. We don't want that on our hands. But already we're having a 2v2 here into the bot lane, and Kurumi trying his best to do a lot of damage onto the Rung hero, because it is Zhongfei taking all those hits. All those cards are going over to Zhongfei, where you really want to be focusing onto Petroni, because he can get in, he can get out, and do a lot of damage at level 4. Okay,
first steal coming in. Xing gets the steal onto one of the camps. Right now, I don't think they should be fighting this at this point for STMN. And also, Influence Rage, I think they're maintaining status quo pretty well.
Yeah, definitely composed in this 2 minutes so far. We're going into the 3rd minute, not quite where the neutral objectives need to be just yet, but we can see a shift into the clash lane there. That Dharma has taken a lot of damage from the Byron, and it's pretty much a tale as old as time within Honor of Kings that Byron is fantastic in these 1v1s.
Oh, for sure. So with Death, I think the game plan here is not to win the 1v1s. If you can, that'll be great. But it's really just, let me get the farm, let me get the items, and I'll be looking for your backlines in the big team fights, right? We've seen some spectacular plays across all the different teams, across all the different regions. When he comes in with the truth mantra, it is a disaster if he gets it onto the opponent team. So let's see how this plays out.
You know what they say, truth always hurts, kin, and it definitely hurts when Dharma is using the truth mantra onto you and you get CC'd, and then out of nowhere you're like, yep, I'm back at spawn, baby. But we can see kind of like a navigation here and presence around this neutral objective. We could potentially see a fight here.
Yep, you're resurrecting some very painful memories for me at this point. But the real pain is in this first engagement here. Will they actually commit?
Yeah, no, it's not looking like it just yet, because obviously the neutral objective, they are just trying to get that lane priority, so they can kind of leave that as an afterthought here, and you can kind of see that Raikou is playing into this brush here. Okay, first blood may go onto the side of Influence Rage, and it does. It is Haino. Juso is getting taken down. That means that they are 1 man down when it's trying to combat against this neutral objective, which is the Tyrant, which could be huge for them, but it is going to go over to Influence Rage. The Unruly Blade comes through. They are not done with the engage just yet. We see a lot of damage going on to Zing, and he's able to soak it. Liampo with a one-man knockup is not going to be enough. There is no committing from Kurumi. He is too far away.
Did anyone die there? I don't think anyone died, right?
No.
No, just the Juzo in the mid. Yeah, so Heino, unfortunately, he left his fate rewind for a little bit too late in terms of usage, right? So that gave away the first blood to Influence Rage, and I think it's status quo. Influence Rage, they're still having this very good early game lead that we expect out of them, and at this point, 1v1, I don't think it's gonna work out. Zing is here.
Oh, Zing comes out of nowhere, forces the flash onto Sunny as well. He's on the run, but there is Cozy with the help in hand. The knockup comes through, but then we see Zhang Fei over the wall as well. What a beautiful aid to his teammates there.
Yep, so both of the teammates on both sides did come for the rescue of their respective teammates. Did work out, nobody died just yet. Still the first blood death given by Juzo. And at this point, we might be looking for another opening. Kurumi now is being threatened. Does get spotted out by the side of Arvoinen.
Yeah, this is scary. Dharma was looking for a teleport. Teleport.
Red team has slain an enemy.
Yep, at this point, you can start to see that even though it's just one kill, they want to, get this advantage. Influence Rage, they're putting 4 members in the mid lane. They want to rotate around the map, make sure they get hands on the second neutral objective, or maybe just get vision.
Has destroyed a tower.
Bot lane there as well. So bot lane able to be weakened off. So we kind of see a little bit of a shift of purpose here from Kurumi and with Death, sorry, I don't know why I keep calling him Withdraw, but with Death, because we're seeing a little bit more of a macro play here. They're able to maintain that Azure Golem as well.
Yeah, but that's a huge deficit, right? So instead of Zing getting that Azure Golem, he unfortunately had to give it to Juzo because he missed the timing on his smite. Now this is going to cost him a little bit because the cooldown reduction is really important for the side of Zing.
Yes, definitely when you're going in Augur and trying to soak as much damage as possible, trying to just take as much of those hits and deal it out, dish and deal it at the same time. But still, again, there is a lot of sort of tip for tat going on as we get into that 8th minute. It's definitely a different piece of a match here, but 2v1 up into the Clash lane. Lady Chen, they're looking for that T1 in the Clash.
Yep, they're going to put numbers here, right? So now this is going to open up the map for the side of Influence Rage. Perfect timing for them. 7.5 minutes in, they can try and go for another team fight. They are pretty much itemized for an early smashing of the side of STMN.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see, right? You kind of got a little bit of a disembodied STMN. There was a few shaky members like, where do we go? What do we do? Zing's already like, hey guys, I kind of need you in mid here in the brush. We're kind of trying to commit, but not trying to commit. The Liam Bo flash in, dashes out. He's kind of just trying to bait somebody here, but Influence Rage are just not taking it.
Yeah, STMN, I think at this point it's not a good idea to fight, right? I don't think they have itemized enough to be able to win the team fights against Influence Rage. Bear in mind, they're behind by 2,000 gold. We will see who has funneled most of the gold into their pockets, but at this point, Petroni is definitely ahead of Kurumi.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a gap here. We can kind of see it's very patented from all these games that Petroni is just being always ahead of the gold, always ahead of the experience as well. And look at this damage coming through with Yali. Not even needing the jungle here, but are they going to get crucial kill? Oh, whoa! What was that? Liam Poe getting the crucial kill back with no smite, baby.
Yep, it's the STMN specialty, another crucial kill theft. This time, it benefits them because it does even out a little bit of the gold deficit, but at the same time, it gives them the EXP. Now, Juzo finally gets the Augur's word. He's going to be a little bit more defensive, and he will be able to sustain a little bit more damage, right? But is that going to make the difference? Because Kurumi has not hit his spike yet.
Yeah, not quite just yet. We can see that he has obviously Sparkforge Dagger on his equipment there. Obviously, it's not just the chain lighting from the Tyrant that they've just stolen there, which could be a huge upset for Influence Rage, but they're looking for a 3v2 dive here as well. But we see Organ going in, trying to keep Kurumi alive, but is Byron coming in with that dash and slapping down that damage, which we know he can do and deal out here. And it's Zing just being left alone in this T2. Ollie's not even trying. No, Cozy's not even trying to go in and give any damage because he doesn't need to.
Yeah, it's really surprising, right? When you have a dive under the tower, you expect that with an outplay you get the kill, but nobody dies on the side of Influence Rage. And take a look at the gold swing from that. Now they are up about 4,000 gold, and not only that, they get the T3 in the bottom. This is perfect for the side of Influence Rage.
Yes, I think it's probably the quickest high ground turret that we've seen in all of the 3 games. 10 minutes in and a higher ground turret going down in the farm lane. But we saw with Def trying to get that same kind of macro play that we saw in game 1. He's trying to just paint the bigger picture here. He's able to get all the way to the high ground turret, but then we saw that Cozy and obviously Petroni was there, just trying to stop that push even more. But all important is that T1 is still standing in the mid lane.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that need to be addressed, right? So at this point, does not have... Okay, he just got it, so he got the Ominous Premonition. Hopefully that's going to stifle a little bit of the damage coming in from the Arlie. But Petroni, we all know that he's an insane farming machine. Take a look at his itemization. Very close to the Daybreaker already has the Doomsday Crimson Reaper along with the Eternity Blade. No steal here, but let's see what else can STMN do.
Yeah, Kurumi is pretty much up like a whole K ahead of Kurumi, which is scary when you think about it. And there we have Byron, we have Lady Chen, we have everybody on top of Dharma. The truth really does hurt there, kid, and it came through, taken down with death. But now this could potentially be a upset here for STMN. There is a solid start here for the side of Influence Rage with this engage, but it doesn't look like they're going to commit just yet.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest goal leads we have seen, right, between the two teams. It's about 6,000 gold ahead for the side of Influence Rage. They're not going to slow down, and here comes the jump.
Yep, there's no way slowing down there. That was a nice back dive there for the Doom, but it's Petroni taking up the kill onto the Leon Po, sorry. But that means that this higher ground turret is pretty much left wide open with the minions there, and there's not a lot that STMN can really do here in terms of trying to make a counter engage or try and take some blood on the side of Influence Rage. They kind of force him back, maybe looking at that Overlord.
Yep, at this point, a Band 8 just isn't doing it. They need more farm. Of course, Kurumi going for the tank build onto this Direns here, but it's not going to be enough. He needs the full build. The Deep Frost Siege as well as Doomsday is not going to be sufficient. He is not safe from the damage. At this point, Sony is the one responsible for dealing so much damage, or rather pressure against Kurumi. And Petroni is the one that's getting the kills, getting the finishing blows.
Yeah, I think this is what the good thing is about Influence Rage. It's kind of where they've got the peak on top of STMN. They've just got way more damage when it comes to Byron, when it comes to Lady Chen, when it comes to the Arlie as well. Just look at all that fantastic damage. Yes, the Faith Recall comes through and saves him, but for how long your faith has been determined there. I know we have the minion waves there in the mid lane. Double kill goes over to Petroni as well. There is only 2 members of the side of STMN standing alive, and it's looking like it's only going to be 1 there. Zing is fighting for his life, and fighting they are for the chance to get into the semifinals. Influence Rage, the Brazilian first seed, take the semifinals. Here is your second semifinalist, guys. Congratulations to Influence Rage.
What a game by Influence Rage, and what a series by both teams. They came from behind. Game 1 was a shocker for them, and I think it kind of woke up the inner beasts on the side of Influence Rage. Big respects, of course, to their opponents, right, for the side of STMN. It was a beautiful game for Game 1, Game 2, Game 3 as well, but they just couldn't catch up and keep pace with the rage of their opponents. Now, Blam, that was a wonderful series, but we still have to break down the itemization. I think one of the main people I want to take a look at is really Petroni. He was just an absolute machine. Call him a bank, man. That's a lot of gold in his pocket.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a different influence rage that we've been used to seeing, right? I mean, that game one was very much a stalemate, and then game two was a little bit of a capitalizing on game one, and then game three was completely different cut, right? We can see that Petroni is 6-0 as well, and then 11k gold compared to the 8k and 0 kills on the side of STMN. It was really a brutal game three, but it was really showing the capability of influence rage.
Yep, the animation is really beautiful, right? Sony with the Frost Sky Embrace along with the Axe of Torment, and the Pure Sky, that's the main thing. He was able to soak up so much damage, but at the same time, when he was soaking up the damage, the Cuirass of Savagery allows him to do additional damage as well. He took up 21% of the team's damage, but the main pain came from Petroni. Take a look at this early 32.5% of the team's entire damage. They were leading by about 8,000 gold here, and it's just the world's difference, right? I think they kind of figured out, hey, what is STMN's game plan? The draft is in our favor.
Yes, absolutely. And we can see here from the highlights that there is plenty going on within this game three.
Yep, so big ones for them, right? So very huge dives. This was the strength of this side of Influence Rage. They had so much tank ability. Filau, One, Sony, Raikou, the three of them, they're able to tank so many shots from the turrets, so that allows them to get the kill, and that opens up the doors for Petroni to really just lay the pain in. And at the same time, because of the way they itemize, it doesn't matter how many stuns that STMN threw at them, it was never enough, because every stun was an additional shield for the side of Influence Rage. And at the end of it, with the stark gold difference, they really couldn't do much. Which leads us to the MVP of the game. It is none other than Petroni. Really impressive gameplay today. 6 kills, no deaths, no assists, all in favor to give him this MVP performance, dealing a total of close to 90,000 damage.
Yeah, it really was the mistake there of the side of STMN not banning out the AYLO for the third game in a row. I mean, if anything, I think that should have been the thing that should have just stayed the same. The staple ban within that, but it really showed that Petroni should not be given the AYLO. That's 6 kills, 0 deaths, didn't even give an assist. He was that selfish with it. With that, just being able to take that 11.3k gold as well.
Yeah, really putting him on the pedestal, right? And I think that's a good game plan from the side of Influence Rage, because they understood that, hey, you know what? Game 1, Game 2, yeah, they caught Petroni a couple of times. But if you let him get into the flow of things, let him get into the zone, the fleur, there's no stopping this guy called Petroni, and boy, was that a monster of a game. So, of course, once again, congratulations to Influence Rage. They have made it now to the semifinals. They are one of your semifinal finalists for tomorrow. Now, we will be getting onwards to our second series of the day. It is going to be another best of 3 series. This time, it's going to be AYLO going up against Entity 7. But before we go into that, let's take a short break. When we're back, it's time to see what kind of monstrous gameplay will we get from the other 2 teams in the bracket.
Liu Bang doesn't have any strongly held beliefs beyond safeguarding his own interests, but when it comes to that, he'll spare no effort. This is his passive skill, which automatically grants him a stack of mark every second. At a certain number of marks, he gains an enhanced basic attack. This is his main damage skill. It enables a shield that deals damage to nearby enemies either when it expires or when he manually disables it. His skill 2 provides movement and crowd control, letting him charge forward to damage and stun enemies in his path. Liu Bang's ultimate is a teleportation skill. It provides the selected teammate with a shield, and after a short delay, teleports him to the teammate, restoring health to teammates within range. Upon arriving, Liu Bang also gains an extra movement speed bonus. Notably, the longer he channels for, the stronger the shield and the greater the magical damage dealt by the teleportation. This combo is great for protecting teammates that are being overwhelmed. First, select a teammate to provide them with a shield. As he starts channeling his ultimate, activate skill 1 and wait for the channeling to finish, or tap the ultimate again to teleport. Then, use skill 2 to dash and stun enemies, followed by stage 2 of skill 1 and an enhanced basic attack to deal burst damage. This combo is mainly used to protect your team's carry. It utilizes the ultimate shield and magical damage to help teammates block fatal damage and gives them an opportunity to counterattack. Note that stage 2 of the ultimate can be used flexibly depending on the situation of the battle, though it is most often used to provide emergency support or to retreat from combat. At the start of a match, Lu Bang can choose to clear his lane with skill 1. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can clear the clash lane first, then teleport to teammates to help them. Since his ultimate lets him travel fast, he can take the time to clear minion waves before teleporting to a teammate. This puts pressure on the enemy in the lane, while at the same time building a numerical advantage in teamfights. He can also let teammates initiate fights and use his ultimate to provide them a shield, then jump in to absorb damage and take out enemies with help from the carry. If he's facing an enemy who is stronger but doesn't have any crowd control skills, he can use his ultimate to instantly teleport to easily flee the danger. Lu Bang should focus on leveling up during the early game. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can keep using it to reach teammates and help them build an advantage. During the mid to late game, once he has enough defense and damage, he can mainly focus on laning and teleport into team fights to protect the carry and take out unsuspecting enemies.
There, pull out the root of the problem. What's a conscience? A kind of snack? Why duel someone when you can gang up on them in a valley?
Now the ultimate from Redsky, but hey, it doesn't matter, I can be on target.
Очень плохо получается со скачка, и там минус 2, скорее всего, будет. Как же Юнин раздает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать.
Jinx, so Jinx's most common combo is the 1-2 ult, as we're just seeing here with AB8, perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Is that going to be a double kill? Oh.
The meteors that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Open Series Split 2. We've just finished a phenomenal best of 3. We've been starved of a best of 3 over the past 48 hours, and we finally got it. But unfortunately for STMN, they are out of the competition, and Influence Rage are your second semi-finalists. But hey, I am still Blam, and with me is still Ken. We are going to be getting into the next best of 3 soon, which will be Entity 7 against AYLO Esports as well. So this will be the Brazilian second seed going against LATAM South second seed. So again, off those two merits alone, Ken, I think this is going to be quite even.
Yep. So same thing. This time we have seen the America Finals a little more close, right? So high expectations for the side of Entity 7. At this time, AYLO, I am very curious to see what their play style, what the thought process is going to be like in the drafting phase. Will we see the Ogren? Will we see the Yuhuan? We've already seen countless numbers of great lanes, great clash laners coming into play here. Unfortunately, that did not allow STMN to make the cut. So Influence Rage will make it first. Now it's time to see between the two teams, Entity 7 and AYLO, who is the better team.
Absolutely. I mean, some notable players for people who have been following the scene for quite some time. Obviously, Entity 7 is comprised of 9 Norvas, which is being a player that's been on the scene for quite some time. Vengar, Suits, as we all know from Season 1 Invitational on A7, and then Boss and Arash 1 as their support player as well. So this is the face of Entity 7, and like I was saying, some notable players there is Suits and 9 Norvas, both being on the scene for quite some time, Ken.
Okay, so high expectations, I guess, if we're going to be talking about them being experienced. At the same time, they look pretty, composed, no stress, feeling themselves. So anytime that a team is very comfortable on the world stage, you can expect a much better performance from them as well, right? Because you don't want to be in a stress position. Now, here are the challenges. It's going to be AYLO here, represented by Doxa in the Clash, Vermont in the jungle, Vaquita in the mid, Robalmas in the farm lane, and Legion in the support/roam role.
Yes, so some new players. I don't really have much info on these because I did go through quite a bit of a deep dive yesterday, thinking, what can I find about these players? Because a lot of it is unknown, and unfortunately for AYLO Esports, I could not find much out for these players. But again, that's part of the excitement. This is a second seed team from LATAM South, so they've got to have something behind them, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, based on what we've seen in Game 1, whenever we mention top teams of the region, we definitely expect a very huge clash, and this match is no exception as well.
Yes, absolutely, which should be underway very shortly with the draft. But looking at Suits there, I don't know, is he going to play like that with his feet up on the desk, hat on? Is this the new style for captains to be like? Just like, don't worry, guys. You can see that I'm calm. You're calm, right?
Yeah, it's always playing whenever you're comfortable, right? Play as your comfort. It will definitely benefit your gameplay much more as well. When teams face a lot of stress, you don't perform at your best. So I think they're justified, right? Whatever you want to do, as long as you're not spoiling the equipment there.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, don't as long as your feet don't touch the desk and dirty the equipment, you can do whatever you want. Put your legs on top of the thing, just don't put the camera in between them. But you can kind of see AYLO Esports have just gone for the traditional, upright. Let's play. Let's get stuck into it. We mean business. And speaking of business, we're into the ban and pick phase. We see that Arlie, Mai, Shiranui being banned to the side of Entity 7, and over to the side of AYLO, we're looking at that Dolia ban. So again, this hero caused a lot of trouble in that past series, as well as the Chow ban.
Yeah, so a lot of enablers being banned out, right? And of course, Arlie, for good reason, we've already seen monstrous performances across different regions from the Pacific this time today with the Americas as well. And that's going to be 9 Norvas. He's going to pick up the Yuhuan first. And that's a pretty good start, right? The Tragic Beauty, the Melody of Peace, the heals, it's quite painful to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about this priority pick on the side of Entity 7 is that the Hugh Huan could either be in the jungle or go into the mid lane. As far as I'm aware from the Season 1 Invitational, that Suits was very much part of the Mage Club, so... But that's getting put to bed straight away before I get into that point, because Lady Chen is going through into the mid lane, so Hugh Huan is going to be in the jungle, paired with the Loong.
Yep, now Ball's going to pick up that Loong for himself, right? I think it's a very good pick. We've already seen the amount of burst damage he can do, especially when he has an advantage. So at this point, Vermont in the mid, Vakita, sorry, in the mid, and Vermont needs to be really careful. And Robalmas, he, as the Lady Sun, needs to take very good care of his positioning. But the likewise is going to be expected of Boss as well. I like this ban. It's going to be a Ming. Stops the combination.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I'm going to go to the point again with Orgren before they fill that next role in, because it is still on the banning phase. Orgren could be flexed into the Clash lane, and we could be seeing Hino in the jungle, right? That's another great flex pick, especially with this being part of the kind of same region that we see sometimes, that the Hino jungle comes out quite frequently as well. So 2 flex picks going forward. Lady Sun, we know where she's going to go, but the ban for the Sunbin and the Taiyan is quite a... must be an aimed ban, right?
Yeah, for sure. But interestingly, they actually open up the Musashi, which is a huge counter for both teams, right? Duel to the death with the Imperok state. It's quite detrimental to the team fights on either end. So quite curious that both teams actually left that open and went for the cancellation on the heals and disruptions instead in the form of Sunbin and Chaya.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it with some of the Brazilian teams in EWC, right? That some min started to come through. I believe it was from Maina, and it was a bit of a throwback, because after that point, people were picking Sunbin left, right, and center, banning it also. But it looks like they're going to pick up the support of the Zhang Fei, so really giving more solid front line here. But we're seeing that day one counter for Orgren. It is the Shuangzi coming through on the side of Entity 7. So we're getting quite a little bit of a CC immunity here, and it can be quite effective, as we saw in day one.
Yep, I like what they're thinking of, right? So Zhuangzi, of course, with the butterfly effect, offers the anti-CC properties as well as a huge shield for the team, which benefits the likes of Yuan and Loong because they tend to get bursted down pretty quickly. At the same time, the Charlotte benefits the team in the sense of the backline access. We've already seen the likes of With Death. Given the right opportunity when you enter into the backlines, it does cause quite the trouble, especially with a team like AYLO, where you have Lady Sun prone to a big burst, being bursted down as well, which is why they took up the Zhang Fei for that Leaping Savior shield.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what fills in this last spot on the side of AYLO Esports, because right now, I'm going to say that the Orgren is definitely going to be in the jungle there, Hino in the mid lane, so we're looking for that Clash lane, right? So Byron still on the cards. Okay, that completely turns everything around now, so Orgren is now into the Clash lane, and then Dune comes through as the jungle pick. I don't think the Dune's going to go up into Clash lane. We've seen it before go in the Clash lane, but that's definitely going to be their jungle pick this time around. So AYLO really keeping people guessing there, myself included, until the end of that draft.
Yeah, there's benefits for both of these picks, right? So either you take up the Orgren, which can sustain through pretty much a lot of damage with the Death's Precipice, or you can have Dune with the Wind Slash and the Gale's Benediction, which will give you the shield, give you the health, the armor as well. So it is a very flexible pick, and until we are going straight into the game, we wouldn't know which one is the preference for the side of AYLO. I like AYLO's draft, honestly.
Yeah, it's a really nice draft. Again, it keeps everyone guessing. It's definitely got thought behind it, right? Because not only does it sort of make you think when, especially as casters, like, oh, is it going to be this? Are they going to be in this position? What's that going to do? So for us to think that and then to then pick and play that, there's plenty of thought going through with the process of this draw. But we are going to have a little technical pause there. I kind of guessed it as soon as Suits took his headset off there. There must be something wrong that there's no sound going through. Hopefully it's only a minor technical pause. But again, we have Suits here on the stage here. It is one of the notable players that I've been speaking about, Ken, all the way back from the global scene, starting up at Season 1 Invitational, now here at the Open Series Split 2. So this really just, again, we've been kind of hinting to this for quite a bit, is that the Open Series isn't just kind of like, oh, it's a community tournament, blah, 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 blah. It's where people come just to kind of try and win. It's not. It's the start of something, right? And sometimes even when you start on the global stage and then you end up at the Open Series, that's still part of your story, because Suits is clearly taken away from Alpha 7, which was the team he was a part of in Season 1, and now trying to sort of like formulate his own team. That was the reason why he kind of wanted to leave Alpha 7, was the fact that he kind of wanted to bring together his own kind of team, and he's been doing so since then.
All right, so are we expecting a very aggressive playstyle coming out from Entity 7, or are we expecting AYLO to be the ones to do that instead?
I mean, right now, I am pretty much a coin flip, to be honest. It all depends on how they play these heroes, right? I mean, you can go for the best draft. You could pick those S-tier heroes, but it all depends on how you execute them on the Gorge. But hopefully, we see a little bit of the infamousness of Suits come through from Season 1, where he was actually really good mid lane at stealing a lot of the crucial kill thefts as well. Like, there was plenty of times where he picked the Angela, picked the Ganon Mo, and was able just to clean shot a range skill straight into the Overlord or the Tyrant and get the steal. Like, honestly, some of those were the best moments, some of the most memorable moments of the Season 1 Invitational. So I kind of hope he keeps that flavor alive and tries to sort of like take the weight of the world of his shoulders in these games against AYLO Esports.
Yeah, I'll be honest, the Americas region is kind of spoiling me, because I really love a good crucial kill theft, and we have seen plenty so far, right? 2 big ones across from both sides of the coin as well. So this time it's going to be AYLO against Entity 7, and now you're kind of like perking me up to witness that steal, right? And if it doesn't happen, I'm going to be extremely disappointed.
I'm teasing you, right? I'm teasing you. That's the whole part of the cast. I'm promising you things that may not even happen, Kim, but hey, they should happen. I've got a little bet with myself, saying I've seen this player before on the global stage. He's done it before. He can do it again. I mean, he's gone for the obviously high nose on the enemy team. He's gone for the Lady Chen. So again, it's not hard to do a crucial kill theft. I've done it in my ranked games. Drop that ultimate, baby. Just let the AoE do its job. Just hope that the enemy jungle just forgets how to smite.
Yeah, yeah. Let's hope for that case, definitely. And of course, with that being said, I think both teams they're looking at different markers for entry, right? Especially for the Hano. I think his job is just to peel and really just take down the armor values on the other side, and hopefully the health bars on the side of Entity 7 as well. And if he's able to do that successfully, it could prove to be a difficult position to fight out of for the side of E7. Now, the question is, of course, they wouldn't allow that, but how does a Lady Chen formulate themselves around a match like this? Hano is a very mobile hero.
Yes, he is. And I mean, they don't really have the biggest amount of tankiness on the side of Entity 7, but that could still play dividends to the Hino pick there, because again, the poke, the damage that he can do in that late game as well is pretty crucial. I mean, the biggest amount of health that they've got going for them on the side of Entity 7 is the Shuangzi on a Rash 1, right? That's pretty much where all that tankiness is going to come from. The Charlotte, however, is going to have a lot of HP regen, so we're probably going to see quite a bit of HP regen items come through where they can kind of decrease that regen onto the Charlotte.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's really falls a lot of pressure, a lot of the weight of the competition here falls onto 9 Norvas, right? For 9 Norvas, his Charlotte needs to be completely on point in this game, because if he falters, there really isn't any other entry point that Entity 7 can take advantage of, right? You don't expect the Lung to go in on his own. He's probably going to get bursted down as well. Bear in mind, it is a Lady Sun, so there is huge potential of a burst, especially when you have itemizations like the Eternity Blade, you have the Master Sword. These are all very difficult damage counters to the side of the Lung if he's not positioned properly.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be nice to see the Hugh Huan come through as well. This was a hero that was stifled in the last series in the ban phase, never actually seen the light of day onto the Gorge. So we know from experience of not just the Open Series Split 2, but previous tournaments as well, that this is a fast clearing hero in the jungle. And a Vengar on this hero is going to be something to trifle with towards the mid to late game, right? Because that's going to be a lot of sustain, a lot of ability to be able to take up into the sky.
Yep, this is really difficult. So it is going to be Vermont taking up the jungling role on the side of AYLO. And it looks like this is a very good play because right off the bat, they're going to secure the first camp stolen away. It does go into the hands of Legion, if I'm not wrong. He does get that extra EXP for himself. So at this point, Vermont just hits level 2.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see that they're using the smite on Zhang Fei to disrupt the enemy jungle. Normally, it's to kind of assist your jungle, right? I don't think we see many times or point out frequently enough when the Zhang Fei's using that smite to actually disrupt the enemy jungle.
Yep, and likely so, Entity 7, they recognize that, hey, we need to match this aggressive and aggression coming in from the side of AYLO. They will try to approach the jungle, but it is totally protected. 4 members on the side of AYLO are going to try and protect that Azure Golem.
Literally like having the Queen's Guard with yourself at the Azure Golem, right? I mean, it is a precious commodity within the Gorge. If you lose that Azure Golem, that's a lot of mana regen, that's a lot of CDR that's going to be not in your pocket, but the enemy's pocket.
Yep, and you know, worst of all, it is the early EXP advantage you're giving away, so it's not something that AYLO wants to give away lightly.
Yeah, absolutely not. It's nice to see that the Orgrin's got into the Clash lane here. I've been kind of waiting for this for a little while. Every time Orgrin's been drafted within the Open Series, it's kind of been like, oh, is it going to be Clash lane? Is it going to be jungle? But most times out of 10, it was pretty much always in the jungle. But to see the Clash lane come through, pretty good.
Yeah, so at this point, Vermont somehow has a level advantage against Vanguard here. He is at level 5 already, and so far, both teams still playing pretty conservatively, right?
Yes, yeah, there's definitely a lot of consideration with how the movements are within the Gorge here. We can see the phase checks come through from Vakita.
Yep, nothing much just yet. Vanguard going to get knocked up with the Wind Slash. Just a trading of a couple of punches, right, so far. Nobody has that perfect opening just yet.
A lot of tit for tat, and I don't think we're going to see much of a commitment just yet. I think it'd be a little bit too early, a little bit too premature, because those neutral objectives are not quite up yet.
Yep, Suits there. Very aggressive player so far. Based on what you've told me, yes, he is pretty clinical with what he's trying to do here.
Yeah, you can kind of see a lot of heavy rotation, right? He kind of wants to be the vision himself. He kind of relies on himself to give that intelligence over to his team, which, as a captain, you kind of want to do.
Yep, but at this point, Vakita is falling a little bit low there. Needs to sidestep the skills here. Following side, gonna land a singular hit. This is gonna force Vakita back.
Yep, and we're seeing some more just rotations here in terms of just clearing, trying to get those lane priorities, just as we are getting ever so closely to those neutral objectives. A bit of proxy farming going on there for 9 Norvus. But now we are at the 12-second mark until those neutral objectives. Okay, Vernon looking for a bit of a engage here. Okay.
Yep, 2-on-1 Doctor. Gonna commit the flash as well as the Conductor of Soul. So this is gonna be a big win for them on the side of Entity 7, right? There's 2 big skills out of the fight. But right now, it's all about the Tyrant for the side of Entity 7.
Yeah, you can kind of see that they're trying to go for it here, kid, but there could be something happening.
Yep, they will go for the steal here. The smite does land. It is going to be Entity 7, but there's nothing else that comes through, right? At this stage of the game, I think Entity 7 recognize that we don't want to take any losses. Let's just take what we came for and get out.
Yeah, I mean, just taking those clear objectives is always going to be the safe option. Just making sure that you get what you come for, and then just eliminating any kind of need for loss, right? But 9 Norvus here going 1v1 up into the Clash lane, just taking blows. This is definitely a bit of a difference in the pace of the games that we've just seen.
Yep, Charlotte is just that much more mobile, right? But here, Suits may be able to change. It will become a 2-on-1, but Doxa will be able to get it out. But right now, he has to deal with the wave. This is going to allow for the rotation. But in mid lane, Vermont catches eyes onto the opposite jungler as well. Vanguard will make it out safely. No massive damage that's going to get a kill just yet.
I feel like the teasers here, Kim, right? I mean, they keep getting the health down really low, and then there's just some sort of either easy disengage or there's just no commitment to the engage. Suits maybe taking a 2v1 here. We do have Legion and Vikita here trying to just get some priority in that mid lane. Get a few knockups here, Suits is landing those trick shots.
Yep, they're trying, right? But they just can't find and hit the mark just yet. And at this point, bot lane, the farm lane is being threatened on the side of AYLO. Will we get some action there? Vermont going to use the teleportation portal at this point. They want to try and capitalize on this overcommitment. But Entity 7 are just too fast. The knockback from the Unbridled Outburst will not do anything for the side of AYLO.
Yeah, I mean, there's no clear winner in the gold lead just yet. Yes, they
Doxa,
are ready to get
he is
700.
gonna-
Oh!
Burst of blood. Finally, Entity 7, they break that deadlock. It is going to be 9 Novras, and this is exactly what needs to happen on the side of Entity 7, right? They needed that opening. 9 Novras needed to be the one that gets the win here.
Yes, especially after getting the neutral objective and as well as a T1 into the farm lane. This really sets up a solid early game for Entity 7.
Nice placement there with the Ocean of Tears. This is going to allow boss to land quite a bit of damage onto the trio in the mid lane. And here we go. The Fate Rewind going to be expended as they try and defend that mid T1. But this is just Entity 7. One First Blood suddenly feels like the map is totally in their control.
Yeah, it kind of feels like there's a sense of lack of control now on the side of AYLO Esports. They're kind of like, oh, what do we do? Where do we go? Oh, at T2, up in the Clash lane's gone. Out T1, sorry, in the Clash lane's gone. At T1, in the farm lane's gone. So again, there's a little bit less room of safety for them. And potentially it's T1 going down here as well.
Yep, exactly. That's a lot of structural damage. They're just poking them down. They can't even do anything about it. But here we go. Can they get the finishing blow? Vermont going to be saved by the Leaping Savior. But just for now, because that's going to be a kill. It is going to be the first one of this skirmish. You know, Robos Almas, he's going to try and get more damage in the fight. Not going to work out at this point. And 9 Novas, can he get it? Not going to happen. Takes a little bit too much damage, but I think they might be able to walk away scot-free.
Yeah, a little bit overconfident there for 9 Novus, but we kind of had a little nod there to the acknowledgement of what he wanted to do. He kind of came for the kill, but it just wasn't quite his time to shine. But he was able to win that T1 into the Clash lane, though, however, and keep that lane alive himself. But you can really see that Entity 7 are having a fantastic priority here in the lanes, but okay.
Yep, 9 Novras in the middle of 3. Can he get the catch? He's gonna dive in with the power gradation. He doesn't care. The backup comes in. And here we go, Entity 7. They are ready to turn this around, but it looks like they will be caught in a pincer. Vermont looking for more. Catches eyes on the Zhuangzi. At this point, Arashi will be able to make it out. But on the other side of the lane, once again, just poking and prodding from the side of Entity 7. They will not allow the killing blow to come in. 9 Novras being chased down, but he manages to get out. Bakita gets the kill. What a nice flash, along with the Scepter of Fate. This time, AYLO recovers. They don't get the trades and the kills, but they get some map control.
Yeah, this is definitely what AYLO were looking for, right? They was just kind of waiting for that sturdy first foot from one of their teammates, and luckily it was from the help of Legion and Vikita there, getting that first blood for their team. But still, there is still a long way to go, right? They have lost that T1 in the mid lane, which really opens up a lot of real estate for the side of Entity 7 to just roam within that jungle.
Yeah, for all of the deficits they've placed onto AYLO, AYLO is actually, you know, keeping pace quite nicely. Just 1,000 gold behind.
Yes, they've got a bit of a go for the Tyrant objective here as well. AYLO picking up their first neutral objective, which is just going to equalize that scoreboard once again. They just need to kind of give some lane priority over to themselves now, kind of force that macro play.
Yep, so at this point, they do ease the pressure on them for the side of AYLO. Right now, I'm just looking for Entity 7, right? Can they find the opening that they're looking for? Because the itemizations, they have a slight advantage at this point. But here we go. Nothing
Yeah, slight
too
advantage
much
at this point. There's, again, a little bit of tip attack going on here, Kim.
Yeah, just Mexican standoff, right? At this point, they want to poke them down. It's all about damage over time so far. And here we have all 5 members on the side of Entity 7. They are looking for an opening. Hopefully the reset comes in. Boss landing so much damage, and with that, the Beast is unleashed. And here comes the backup as well. Doxa going to try and lay down that path of passing. Try to deter them from this tyrant right now. Bear in mind, this is a shadow tyrant, so everything is on the line here. They catch eyes on it. They will not allow them. A little bit of kiting going on. Entity 7, they will not be allowing them to enter. Here we go. This is the crucial portion. Who gets it? It's going to be a steal! And Legion gets it for the team. Right now, Entity 7, they have to run away. Melody of Peace going to be committed. Can they find more? AYLO, they want to go in, but it's a big mistake. Entity 7, they get the opening and they punish them. Look at the dive here. 9 of us. Not going to overextend at this point. They will allow him to get away, but that's 3 for the price of none.
That was a cheeky little bit of bait there, if I say so myself, kid. They allowed, well, didn't allow, they got the crucial kill theft. So if it was a bait, it was a convincing bait, right? It was kind of like, did that go exactly how you meant it to? But hey, every blessing is a disguise, right?
Yep, at this point, he's going to try. Doxa in the middle, 1v4, gets a double kill. Will not be able to sustain over this because it is a Lung. And Boss does send him the resignation letter. You are fired. He's going to be out of the game for 30 seconds. And at this point, Entity 7 take a huge lead.
Yeah, I mean, we're not seeing a huge lead in the farm lane here, which is where it needs to kind of fall, right? Because we have Lung and Lady Sun both on the Gorge in this game 1. So one of these need to try and take that lead further, because right now we see that Lung is ever so slightly ahead, but not by much.
Yep, once again, Entity 7 just poking and prodding, right? 9 of us just making things so difficult because of his repositioning. At this point, Azure Golem will be threatened, will not be taken away. They do secure it on the side of AYLO.
Yes, 9 Novus just doing what we've been noticing a lot in this tournament, right? That the Clash lanes have been playing very much, very stealthy, very close to the team fights, but not too close. Are we going to get a crucial kill theft here?
Yes, it is. It's going to be Legion once again helping the team. But can they survive the fight? That's the big thing. Entity 7, they're falling a bit low, but here comes Boss. He turns the fight around. They're looking for more. Can they approach them? 9 Novas tries to go into the back line. At this point, Vermont left alone in the middle against 3 different members. No more damage to be had, no more kills. AYLO, they get the steal, but it's still pressure coming in from Entity 7.
You can see where the influence for these counter engages are coming, right? It's all aggression from stealing that crucial kill theft for the second time, Kin. Entity 7 going in.
Yep, Kongdakov. So it's going to be used to get the kill as well. It's a Rampage coming in from a Vanguard, but it's not going to be worth too much at this point. Because right now, because of the steal they had, AYLO now will be able to establish a little bit of map control.
Yes, just a little bit. I mean, they only took down Boss, right? That's not too much of a blow to Entity 7. Sorry, I want to call them E7, I want to call them Entity 7. Not too sure what I should call them. But hey, at least we can say that they are ahead in this game right now in terms of kills. Gold, they're ahead ever so slightly by 2k. Just got to make sure they maintain that distance from AYLO, because I think it could just be a flip of the coin here. They could turn this around easy, especially with those crucial kill thefts.
Yep, AYLO definitely wants to fight right now, right? They want to establish the map control, but you can see 9 of us already knows what's going on, going to be starting to work on that Shadow Overlord as well. The whole teams, both teams are transitioning down. They want to get this pressure. The other one wants to alleviate this pressure at the same time.
Yeah, what's not being alleviated is that pressure into the Clash lane, and there is a couple of blows being traded here, and it's going to maybe to the side of AYLO here.
Yeah, Boss is just dealing so much damage on the back lines and the front lines as well. 9 of us doing so much work. He pulls them away. There's too much. Boss gets the kill onto Legion. That's the tank out of the fight. Can they deal more damage? A double kill. There is no more damage coming in from the side of AYLO. And it's all about Boss here. He gets a triple kill, and he's turning the game for them.
Yeah, I mean, a nicely placed mid-wave there for the minions, and it's obviously the lane where they don't have a high ground turret on the side of AYLO, so this could be pretty much a wooden horse into the crystal.
Yep, the Trojan horse really making its work here. 9 of us was the main reason why they were dominating in that fight. And suddenly a Rampage comes out for the side of Boss, and they take it all away. Entity 7, what a big game for them. They take the lead over AYLO.
Yes, so Entity 7 actually taking the first game there. It wasn't as clean as I thought it would be. There was a lot of sort of time where it just took a while to brew up, right? But you could kind of see where the motion of the ocean was taking Entity 7. They lost quite a few of those neutral objectives, but to what cost the side of AYLO Esports, right? They were able to secure it, but unfortunately unable to do anything with it.
Yeah, I know at this point, 9novas, my personal MVP, he did so much work for the team there, getting the attention of the front lines and the back lines at the same time. And Boss, his positioning on point.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that triple kill towards the end was fantastic from Boss on the lung there. And it just really shows you that the lung pick can be very fruitful as long as you have the positioning and having that front line on your team. And Avenger on the Hugh Juan as well. I have to say, with that 0 deaths on there, 5 kills as well. And that also 10k gold compared to the enemy Dune, we know is a lot more slower clearing in that late game, used more of a tank within those team fights rather than trying to continue that motion. But maybe that's where they went wrong, right? Vermont completely just prioritized those team fights rather than farming up and getting a lot more tankier so he could soak in a lot more damage into those later team fights, which I think would have been a bigger solution for them.
Yeah, it was difficult, right? Because this is the first time I've seen a Zhuangzi used to such good effectiveness, right? Arashi really made 9novas essentially unkillable. With the butterfly effect, not only did he give him the anti-CC properties, he gave him a shield as well. And Charlotte is already hard enough to kill, right? So let's take a look at the gameplay. This was the first blood that really put 9novas at the head of the race.
Yeah, head of the race, head of the table, it seems, because like you were saying there earlier, Kin, was just 9novas. If he doesn't get MVP, I'd be very surprised if it doesn't go over to Avenger then, because of such the great performance within the jungle and getting all that gold up. But as you can see here, he's dashing across all these battles and just trying to just pick off anything that he can and just try and scrape up the round up the enemy team as well, just kind of like a herd of sheep, and just try and funnel it into the lung, which we saw towards the end with that triple kill. But it was those crucial kill fests for me that really think that AYLO Esports still have a foot in this race.
Yeah, and your promise was fulfilled. There was plenty of crucial steals as well. Legion doing really well, you know. Seems like the kind of roam smite that I love to see. And at this point, unfortunate for them, because I think Legion had a pretty decent game, but he died a little bit too quickly. Too much damage and too much attention paid to the side of 9novas. And this is going to be your MVP. Is actually Suits. Holy! Close to 150,000 damage. That damage is insane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw a few 100Ks yesterday, but it's coming from, like, obviously the Hong Kong and Macau region. But to see this come from Suits is pretty huge. Not quite the crucial kill thefts that I was expecting there. And to be taking that 147k damage with only a total gold of 7.5k just really shows that the damage output potential for Lady Jen is crazy.
I'm sorry, wasn't this guy just nerfed recently? Like there was a nerf on the Lady Chen, right? How is he dealing so much damage? But nonetheless, it really came from the combinations, right? Ocean of Tears, Flowing Sigh, and quite a few potent destructive deluges as well. I remember in the mid lane, the turnaround, that was huge of Suits.
It just shows that, hey, sometimes those nerfs don't quite hit the same when you got those hopes and dreams riding on with these teams. And all it takes is landing those trick shots. And we saw in that early game with Suits that I was noticing that those trick shots were hitting completely different. But what hits different more than trick shots? A break, which I think all the players need and ourselves. So we'll see you very soon for Game 2 between Entity 7 and AYLO Esports.
Legendary. You have slain an enemy.
Liu Bang doesn't have any strongly held beliefs beyond safeguarding his own interests, but when it comes to that, he'll spare no effort. This is his passive skill, which automatically grants him a stack of mark every second. At a certain number of marks, he gains an enhanced basic attack. This is his main damage skill. It enables a shield that deals damage to nearby enemies either when it expires or when he manually disables it. His skill 2 provides movement and crowd control, letting him charge forward to damage and stun enemies in his path. Lu Bang's ultimate is a teleportation skill. It provides the selected teammate with a shield and after a short delay, teleports him to the teammate, restoring health to teammates within range. Upon arriving, Lu Bang also gains an extra movement speed bonus. Notably, the longer he channels for, the stronger the shield and the greater the magical damage dealt by the teleportation. This combo is great for protecting teammates that are being overwhelmed. First, select a teammate to provide them with a shield. As he starts channeling his ultimate, activate skill 1 and wait for the channeling to finish, or tap the ultimate again to teleport. Then, use skill 2 to dash and stun enemies, followed by stage 2 of skill 1 and an enhanced basic attack to deal burst damage. This combo is mainly used to protect your team's carry. It utilizes the ultimate shield and magical damage to help teammates block fatal damage and gives them an opportunity to counterattack. Note that stage 2 of the ultimate can be used flexibly depending on the situation of the battle, though it is most often used to provide emergency support or to retreat from combat. At the start of a match, Lu Bang can choose to clear his lane with skill 1. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can clear the clash lane first, then teleport to teammates to help them. Since his ultimate lets him travel fast, he can take the time to clear minion waves before teleporting to a teammate. This puts pressure on the enemy in the lane, while at the same time building a numerical advantage in teamfights. He can also let teammates initiate fights and use his ultimate to provide them a shield, then jump in to absorb damage and take out enemies with help from the carry. If he's facing an enemy who is stronger but doesn't have any crowd control skills, he can use his ultimate to instantly teleport to easily flee the danger. Lu Bang should focus on leveling up during the early game. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can keep using it to reach teammates and help them build an advantage. During the mid to late game, once he has enough defense and damage, he can mainly focus on laning and teleport into team fights to protect the carry and take out unsuspecting enemies.
There, pull out the root of the problem. What's a conscience? A kind of snack? Why duel someone when you can gang up on them in a valley?
Welcome back. It is time to go into the second game between Entity 7 and AYLO. Blam, that was a pretty quick game compared to our first series of the day. What do you think is going to happen in the second game of this series?
Absolutely. I mean, like I said towards the end of the break, that I feel like AYLO Esports has still having a horse in this race because of how well they did in terms of stealing those neutral objectives. I just feel like they need to steal them, but then do something with them. And to the point is that they should really focus on trying to get that early laning phase done for themselves, trying to get a few T1s a little bit more earlier, because we saw with Entity 7, they were able to take those side lanes pretty quickly and actually have way with that T1 in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, really just enforcing the playstyle, right, from the side of AYLO. But it looks like it didn't really phase them. Let's take a look at how the drop will go this time.
Yep, so AYLO Esports are on the blue side, it seems. They want to get that first prio pick. They ban out the Chao once more, and Dolia gets hit with the ban hammer. I'd be very surprised if Huan actually makes it through this ban phase, and so far it's going to. Whether Entity 7 actually ban it out themselves, but the Ali is getting taken out as well.
Yeah, you know what? I think they will allow the Yuan, but on the side of Entity 7, I have a feeling they might ban out the Zhang Fei as well. Legion is a little too good on that support role with the Smite.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we don't see many. We always see Zhang Fei. We always see Zhang Fei with Smite, but we don't see Zhang Fei with Smite like Legion played it, right? It's always kind of just like, oh, we'll take Smite anyway because everybody else does. And if we can manage to get a crucial kill theft, then that's cool. But it really seemed to be like a staple point within our, AYLO Esports there to make that Zhang Fei actually use the Smite, right? And use it to disrupt the jungle early on. And we're seeing the Ogryn getting switched over, going over to the side of AYLO Esports once more. And then Entity 7 are still locking in the Lady Chen and the Huan.
Yep, so we're expecting a repeat performance, right, of the standards that both Vanguard as well as Suits has shown us in game number 1. Now the question is, what does AYLO want to do? And this time they switch it up. Robalmas will be taking the Lung instead of Boss.
Yes, we're going to get the Hino as well once more. They definitely like this pick on the side of AYLO Esports. And to be honest, the poke did actually come through pretty well for them. And having the Hino and the Lung just means that they can have double damage factor. But what I'm liking the look of over on the side of Entity 7 is that Sun Bin pick.
Oh, I like it, right? Very disruptive with the time lapse as well. But more importantly, with the time flex, he's able to get and restore their health, which I think is going to be a big marker for the side of Entity 7.
Yeah, I mean, it furthers the aggression that we saw in game 1 from Entity 7, right? Like, they're able to get that movement speed increase, but then also Sun Bin's able to silence any sort of like counter engage as well. So if you drop that time lapse, then it's just going to be silence, and then you're going to go in, and they aren't going to be able to use the skills that they want to make the most of their engage.
Yep, now I like to play the support role in this game, and I'm feeling very personally attacked here. No more no Zhang Fei, no Dolia. Everything is centered around making life difficult for Legion.
Absolutely, they take away the Zhang Fei, but to be honest, if they didn't learn the lesson from game 1, right? That if that Zhang Fei remained on the table, it then means they've got a solid front line as well as the Ogryn as well. But on the side of AYLO Esports, they do take off the Elaine, which would have been even greater into the team comp of E7, especially with the Sun Bin, being able to just be able to force that team fight wherever you want to and just negate the enemy engage as well, pairing it with the Garo, first time within the Open Series.
Oh, well, I'm going to tell you, I'm extremely happy and satisfied with the draft that Entity 7 has crafted up for themselves up to this point, right? Because Garo, the way that he plays into this, they are just going to poke from afar. And if you take a look at AYLO's draft, they need entry points. They need to go in. And in that moment, they're going to get chunked down.
Yeah, I mean, the other good thing about Garo, right, is not only is she a late game hero, she's also great at shredding those shields, and already there's plenty shields on the side of AYLO Esports, and that is the Dharma and the Ming. Okay, Ming with the Long, interesting.
Okay, I'm not sure whether the Ming will be able to match up to the pacing of Lung, but it is valid, right? It's something that could work, and this really then falls into the hands of Doxa. I believe it'll be Doxa. Yeah, Doxa playing this Dharma, and then Vermont will be taking the Ogryn into the jungle.
Yeah, picking up that Byron, though, that's pretty deadly, right, for 9 Norvus. We saw him on that Charlotte with a fantastic performance as well. And Byron, as we've known over the past 48 hours and even today as well, how brutal that damage can be from the Byron.
Yep, it's all about the flash catches and flashy plays coming out from 9 Norvus. He has shown us perfection thus far with his Charlotte gameplay. Let's see what kind of gameplay he wants to offer us with his Byron.
Yes, I mean, it won't be too long before we actually get into this match. We're not going to have any technical difficulties this time. We are straight into game 2 between Entity 7 and AYLO Esports. AYLO Esports are down a point. Entity 7 are up 1. If they win this one, they go through to the semifinals. For those new tuning in at home, Entity 7 are from the Brazilian qualifier, and then we have AYLO Esports from the LATAM South qualifier.
Yep, so right off the bat, both teams have identified that we need to win the clash lane. And so far, it looks like it is Entity 7 still storming their way through.
Yeah, already going for like that level 1, level 2 engage right up into the clash lane. We have Byron pretty much onto the side of the blue as well. So Nine Norva's really showing that he's an aggressive player in this clash lane. And it's really nice to see that there's some clash laners out there that are just trying to put some pressure onto the enemies.
Yeah, the dominance is pretty clear here. Vaquita gonna just sidestep that Ocean of Tears along with the Flowing Sigh. But now they have requested for a pause. I'm not sure which team has done it. Let's run through the draft a little bit, right? At this point, I'm a little bit concerned for the side of AYLO because when you stifle the growth on this Ogren, he's not gonna be able to come back too quickly.
Yeah, and I think that's the whole point when you see that your enemy team's locked in the Ogren, at least from my experience anyway, that the enemy team that you're against and you're playing Ogren are just doing their best to kind of just stunt your growth at level 1. Sometimes it doesn't quite go to the needs that it needs to, so sometimes they can go and try and invade you, but then you're giving over kills to the Ogren, which is the worst part of it, right? So you've got to be really confident on being able to stop and completely stunt the growth of that Ogren. You have to be a competent player.
Yeah, and Nine Novas, that's exactly what he's doing, right? And you know what? It's even more difficult because at this point they have a Yuhuan jungle, and Yuhuan jungle does have the ability to stack multiple camps at the same time, which is going to amplify her growth. So you can expect maybe at the first neutral objective, Entity 7 will establish a very clear lead here.
Yeah, I mean, they did in the first game, right? It wasn't quite as clear as day with the gold lead for Entity 7. It was only a few hundred gold here and there, but then we got into the thick of it, and then it slowly started to spiral out of control, especially when we started seeing that focus within those side lanes. The T1s going down and the T1 in the mid lane, but a lot of those team fights going in the favor of Entity 7 in that first game really just furthered their cause of trying to gain that gold lead. But I feel like we may see an even more aggressive Entity 7 in this game too. They want to finish the series. They want to make sure they solidify themselves in that semifinals.
Yep, yeah, at this point, I think a little bit unfortunate. Vaquita facing some issues with his phone. But in the meantime, right, if the game goes how we expect, I think Entity 7 could really power their way through the likes of AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, they could do. I mean, they have the draft for it, right? They've got the Yuhuan with the fast rotations and fast clear of the jungle. They have the Garo as well. I think the only nickly bit I could probably say about their draft is if the Garo gets ganked quite frequently, then they could see a problem with a lack of damage coming through on the side of Entity 7. But saying that, we had the evidence from game 1 that Entity 7 suits were doing like 1,447k damage. So again, if the Garo does get nullified in the early game and they don't quite get that output of damage, I think they could just leave it all up to Suits and just let him just go ham.
I think it's why Entity 7 is placing so much emphasis on the clash lane, right? They want to take attention away from the farm lane, and that's exactly what they have successfully done thus far. Now, we're going to see a Vanguard. He's going to start approaching these the jungle camps on the side of AYLO. I think they managed to steal away that Tusk Boar camp as well.
Yeah, these little bits of camps that they're taking away for their sides is just going to be cutting up the supply chain to the Ogren, which is going to be a detriment to the side of AYLO Esports, right? We're already seeing there that the Yuhuan is trying to share some of the gold in the mid lane just to try and sort of cipher and gain that gold lead when she can. And right now, she's ahead by 200 gold, which isn't a lot, but if that kind of momentum sustains and that tempo continues, then it could be trouble for AYLO.
Yeah, Nine Norvas already establishing a clear lead here. He might have a level advantage if he's able to take this jungle camp away. In the meantime, Vermont struggling to keep pace with a Vanguard at this point.
Yeah, you're not going to get gold sat under that T1, right? That's the only problem. So just trying to clear that minion wave just to make sure there's no priority there. But just look how fast HoK is able to just take that minion wave. And all that time, you can see Byron and Lady Jen just helping themselves to Vermon's jungle. And that's not right. He's just waiting.
Yep, they're just waiting for that perfect opportunity. No first blood just yet. Will not get it through this play, but nonetheless, they might force Vermont to back out, because if he's a little bit too aggressive, he might get taken out in an instant.
Yeah, I just find it crazy how overstepping Entity 7 are, right? They are just not scared of going into the enemy jungle. They're just like, you know what? We've got HoK, we've got Byron. We can do so much damage and sustain so much right now. And then Suits just going with that same kind of popularity or notoriety for himself, that he's got that 147k damage from game 1. So they've really got to pay attention to Suits in this game too. I feel AYLO Esports need to.
Yeah, something's wrong with Kita's phone again. No worries. You know, we want to make sure that the players are playing at the best of their abilities. So we will take a short pause. But in the meantime, right, it doesn't change the state of the game thus far. I think Entity 7 have already established a very clear control of the game. Vermont's growth is stunted right now.
Yes, it is. And I mean, you can see that Entity 7, that's their clear mission, right? They are trying to do everything to stunt the growth of Vermont. And rightfully so, because if you let Ogryn just roam freely, that's kind of already you're sealing the deal, right? Ogryn, when he gets to level 4, when he starts getting those items, the burning cape, and obviously the extra armor and extra health from the Twilight armor and whatnot, it's kind of hard to come back from that.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things that is going to be very hard to deal with is the fact that I think Ogryn benefits quite a lot from the Eye of the Phoenix, right? And at this moment, I don't see the Eye of Phoenix going into his kit or inventory anytime soon.
Yeah, you kind of want to be building that sooner rather than later, because you don't want to be going into these team fights thinking that, hey, if I just built that item, it would have been a lot easier for me to just get all that health back, and it just quickens up the regen of that lifesteal that you have already, which is already pretty massive. But that item really amplifies Ogryn's capabilities into these team fights.
Yeah, but he can't even go for that item just yet, right? Because he needs to complete the Burning Cape first. Now, the addition and changes of Burning Cape, you do get the anti-regen properties and the anti-shield properties towards your opponents as well. So it's going to take a long time. At the same time, there's some very glaring problems that they're going to be facing on the side of AYLO, and that is in the form of 9 Norvas. He has been consistently keeping waves away and cutting waves away from his counterpart in the Clash lane, and he does have a 1 level advantage thus far.
I mean, did we expect anything different, right? That 9 Norvas and Suits get an MVP of game 1, even though it could have gone over to 9 Norvas easily. But these two players both having the more experience from what is already been recorded and showing in this game, right? In this best of 3, that they are definitely the most experienced players on the side of Entity 7. But I like to shine a little bit more light on Boss. I mean, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him in this game, getting those triple kills and stuff like that, because Garo, again, is definitely a lot more of an immobile kind of hero in that farm lane compared to the Lung. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they adapt to the playstyle difference of the Garo.
Oh, for sure. But one of the silver linings for the side of AYLO Gaming is the fact that I think Robalmas has not been touched just yet in this game as well. So that's a silver lining. You want to allow the Lung to really just hit his stride, right? But it's going to take a bit of time. Most of the time, the Lungs come in online maybe, 7 minutes, 8 minutes in, probably after the Eternity Blade as well. So we'll see. We'll see how does AYLO Gaming recover from this first deficit they've been dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if we get another best of 3, Ken. This would be an absolute treat for us, right?
For sure, right? That's every shoutcaster's dream. All games.
All games across the board. I mean, we were starved of it for the last 48 hours, right? We was pretty pleased with ourselves that the games were very quick, but then we kind of lacked something towards the end there, right? Like, it was like, come on, man, we need more games. We need more clashes, a lot more team fights, a little bit more zest within the gorge, and we just didn't get it from the Pacific region. But they don't mess around. They are there to just constantly just do their job, walk away, do it again. That's it. We'll see you tomorrow. Whereas so far with the Americas region, we're getting a lot more close in terms of competition, I think. I don't think it's any sort of like muck onto their character or anything like that. It's just basically that they are there to fight. They generally play into the later game and kind of get a sense of identity as the game goes on.
Yeah, I think the slight difference is that the Pacific teams tend to like to tear you a new one, right? Give them a small opportunity and you're gone. For the Americas region, I think they like it a little bit more calculated, a little bit more conservative. They want to have the guarantee where the fight is in their favor before they actually take that bait, right? So I think that explains the longer game times as well. But at the same time, the way the draft works, they're really touching a little bit more of the late game centric heroes and draft. And now let's get back straight into it. And right away, aggression from a Vanguard. They want to keep eyes onto this Crimson Golem. Will not get the steal. Vermont actually gets it. But now finally some attention being put onto the farm lane.
Yeah, even though there was a pause, the pause in tempo for the side of NT7, it's not paused.
Yep, he's going to come in, and here we go. That's the perfect combination. The time-lapse coming in as well. They're going to force out the Infinite Vastness. They got what they came for, which is to get a kill. It doesn't matter who he lands on. Now they're going to be able to clear the wave, and Roba Elmas is going to be stuck in no man's land 1-on-3. They're going to try for the dive. Arashi lands that time bomb. Can he get more? He's going to try and flash out. Not going to work on the side. And Roba Almas, you can run, but you can't hide. Entity 7, they take no prisoners. Oh, but here comes the trade. It is going to be Boss. Yep, Boss going to be traded. So farm lane for farm lane, they do make the trade. And at this point, Vermont looking for more. Can he get the kill? This is a big one. He gets the kill on the Arashi. And this is big for AYLO. Recovery imminent for the side of AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Suit's got it there with a scot-free, right? He was in that bush, something went towards him, and it was kind of just like, hey, go away, and recall him, right? As Dharma was kind of rotating with the teleport mechanic, but I think AYLO really responded to that pretty well, because even though the mid lane, we had Orgren, and as well as the Haino there, it didn't quite rotate fast enough, but a lot of damage already going onto the Orgren, as we can see on the minimap there. Not quite much going on for Dharma. Dozak was trying to deny the steal of that Azure Golem, but it was going over to the side of Entity 7.
Yeah, you know, in the midst of that chaos, Nine Norvas actually got a solo kill onto Vaquita. And you can see the prime difference in the gold, 1.5k ahead for the side of Nine Norvas. That's a lot of damage he's able to deal.
A lot of damage. We're already seeing the Shadow Ripper come through onto the side of the Entity 7 as Garo has built that. But we can kind of see the Axe of Torment, or it's just been completed as well for Roba Almas. And, okay. Bit of off-screen action.
Yep, so Vaquita gets the kill, but Vermont, he's very slow. He gets caught out, and a Vanguard going to try and lay down the damage at this point. Will commit his ultimate for the side of Vaquita, but he will not be able to run away. Our Vanguard, look at the damage he's dealing. The sidesteps. Vermont, does he choose to come in? No, he will not. He will make the sacrifice play, so Vaquita has to give his life. And at this point, there's much more that they're giving up than that.
No, I mean, they're not going to commit here. They're just going to negate that wave, but I just want to pay attention here. Look at Vaquita's level. Look at Vengar's level. 10 to 7. That is a whole 3 levels difference, and it really shows that Q1 doesn't mess around when it comes to those rotations and getting that resources when you need to.
Yep, at this point, Entity 7, they might want to look for a fight. They're so strong now. The power spikes are imminent on this point. Dogs are in a 1v1 against 9 Norvas. They're keeping it honest, but the Silent Arrow comes in. They will look for more. Time-lapse going to be dropped down as well. Legion gets caught out. He does give the heals. Right now, Roba Almas, he's still safe. But in the midst of this chaos, a Vanguard clears the mid wave now. All the attention pulled away. Entity 7 have full control of what's happening here.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the T1 in the bot lane, they've got T1 in the Clash lane, and they've got it in the mid lane as well. So there's a lot less safety to be had here for the side of AYLO Esports right now. As you can see, the Entity 7 are definitely owning this map. This game 2 is looking like an even more feisty version of Entity 7.
Yep, and it's very curious, but there's a reason why they're not taking the neutral objectives, right? They want to establish the map control. They don't mind giving away these neutral objectives because when you have control of the waves, the next few objectives are just yours to take for free.
Yeah, a turret takedown's permanent. This is just temporary, right? And this could be a permanent end to them. They are trying to do some damage here on the side of Entity 7.
Yep, they can't do anything on the side of A. Look at the pokes. They haven't even fully committed. This is a situation ship if I've ever seen one, and right now Entity 7 is just benefiting off of this.
The fact that Entity 7 was like, hey, we got no minions, but then Venga was like, hey, don't worry about it. You keep hitting it with your long-range arrows, I'll keep healing you, don't worry about it. And they managed to secure the T2 without having the minions there to finish it off as well, which really just shows that they are going for the ballsy gameplay on the side of Entity 7. And it's really paying off. Their 24k gold against 21, so that's slowly slipping away.
Yep, the efficiency in this side of Entity 7 for their rotations is really scary at this point. Take a look at what they're doing now. They're going to be approaching the jungle as well. And at this point, AYLO can only stand by and watch. That's why I said they will give up that neutral objective. Here we go. Once again, 9 Novas in the middle of 3. The team does not care. They want that T2 in the bottom. They will be rewarded with it. Will they want to take the fight? That's the big question.
Yeah, I mean, the minion wave's getting negated here as well, so they still have a minion wave pushing towards the side of AYLO Esports as well, looking to cut off that Crimson Gold, and it does go over to Garo, but okay.
Okay, Suits gets taken down, but it's a sacrifice play. Can they get more? Here comes the knockback. The truth hurts, and at this point, Vermont, they have found the opening. Can they get more? It's paramount. They get a kill here. 2 kills is not enough as AYLO, they're looking, but they will not find anything. Entity 7, they walk away. Just a little bit of hurt, but they are still in the lead.
Yes, no pain, no gain, and AYLO Esports finally gets a little bit of a foot in the front door. It's just, is it a moment of time until Entity 7 just slams that front door shut, or are they actually going to be able to pry themselves into it?
Oh no, Vaquita gets caught out once again. Time lapse going to be dropped down. That's a huge ultimate gone, and the fact that he's still alive, that's going to be good, but he did not have access to his Fate Rewind, so this is a bit concerning for the side of AYLO.
Yes, no worries in sight at all for Entity 7. They're just waiting. They're brewing up this next team fight, right? They've only dropped 1 T1 against AYLO Esports, and that's not a lot when you can think about it right now, going into this 10th minute where the Shadow Vanguard, the Shadow Overlord and the Shadow Tyrant come through as well, just in 5 seconds time. Will they focus this neutral objective, especially the Overlord? It looks like it seems, just so they can further their initiative to get into that base.
Yep, for sure, right? 9 Novas actually has the Pure Sky already, so they can quickly burst this down. Boss, I think he has pretty much good farm, close to 6,500. Now they want to look for the fight. 9 Novas. Looking, poking, prodding, waiting for the opportunity. They will not look for the steal here. Will they actually go for it? I'm not sure who takes it, but at this point, it doesn't matter. The fight is happening. It is going to go into the hands of AYLO, but can they escape? That's the big thing. 9 Novas tries to go onto the back lines, gets caught out. Here we go. That is going to be the Pure Sky activated. At the same time, they get the return kill. Very nice, but they're all so low on the side of AYLO. Can they make it out? Oh, for Almas will not do it. It is going to be a kill for the side of Entity 7, and finally, it is going to be the real pressure. Entity 7, they're staring them down in the face. Nice catch. That's a big one from Doza. They get a killing spree onto Vermont. This could be the one that changes the whole fight, but at this point, 9 Novas, he is just too much to handle on the side of Entity 7. Nobody's able to deal the damage to him. They survive, but AYLO lose so much in this process.
Yeah, I mean, that 2-1 trade, right, that definitely seemed like a lot more of a brutal engage between both of these teams. A big brawl, but only coming out with 2-1 trade for the side of AYLO Esports. Yes, they're able to pick up the Shadow Tyrant, but now they've still got to face off towards the Shadow Vanguard as well. It has fallen, but it does mean that they're able to try and get further into the higher ground turret there, but again, we had a struggle there from 9 Novas not being able to get in where he needed to. I can imagine that being quite frustrating.
Yep, it's a deal with the range, right? End of the day, 9 Novas, he didn't want to overcommit, didn't want to commit the flash as well, unless it's a guarantee. Now, on the flip side, AYLO, I think it falls a lot onto Vaquita here. If he's able to land a Scepter of Fate, it's going to cause a lot of problems. But so far, not possible yet.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him use the Scepter of Fate into the phase check there as well, so that did really well to try and get some intel for his team.
Novas gets the flash in. He forces out the Infinite Vastness. This is a big fight for the side of Entity 7. Can they get more damage here? Vanguard going to go in. Does not commit the ultimate just yet. And here we go. That's the big burst. 9 Novas gets the kill onto Vaquita. Now the damage over time, the peel is non-existent. And at this point, AYLO, here is the consolation prize. They're going to try for the split push on the top. Not going to work out too much because at this point, it is a 3,000 gold lead. Entity 7, full control still.
Full control still, but we do see the Ogrins managed to get the Eye of the Phoenix and okay.
Yep, they're gonna try again. This time, Conductor of Souls not yet committed on Vermont. He's falling a bit low. The Garo is just making it work. The boss, he lays the pain and gets the kill onto Legion as well. The tank is no longer here. The Ming will not offer the heals. And at this part, Robot Elmas, he needs to be extremely careful about his positioning.
Yeah, the only problem they're going to have here at AYLO Esports is the fact that they're going to be starved of all their jungle that is really showing here. And there may be a potential engage with this minion wave coming into the farm lane.
Yep, there's no way for them. That's a catch by Doxa, but at this point, it doesn't matter. The killing spree, nobody gets to lay hands onto boss, and that's a huge problem for the side of AYLO, but Entity 7 love it. They're looking for more. Silent Arrow going to be laid down, but there's still more waves crashing down. I think at this point, they want to take a break. Entity 7, they will back out.
Back out and break out. There is another technical pause. Unfortunately, guys, just bear with us as we get these players into fit fighting shape. But as you get to see there, as the screen pause, you can see that there is a big blue wave in that clash lane that wasn't there before on the side of AYLO Esports. So again, there's been an effort for macro play by the side of AYLO Esports, really try to fight till the death here, because if they do lose this round, those new joining in to the stream, AYLO Esports do go home, and then obviously Entity 7 are going to be the winners going into the semi-finals, but they are not going down without a fight, Ken.
Yep, I can't imagine the stress they're facing right now, right? Because this is tournament life. And at this point, Entity 7, they have a pretty good vice grip on the state of the game, right? It doesn't look like Entity 7 will kind of loosen their grip anytime soon. AYLO, at this point, Doxa was just doing all he could in the team fights, right? But even when he gets the catch, Vermont is never healthy enough to go into the team fights. And it's a tough one for them.
It is a very tough one for them. And I mean, he's only just managed to build the Eye of the Phoenix as well, which is where that HP regen's really going to shine through. We have to shine a light on it, though, that Vermont has not actually dropped a death just yet. He's on 3-0-3 last time before we went to the technical pause. So he's playing the Ogryn pretty well. It's just considering as well the fact that Entity 7 did a fantastic job of trying to starve his resources in the early game. It's very difficult for him to try and get to this point, but he's done it, he's persevered, and he's now got to that point, which really, it was able for him to push that clash lane all the way to the high ground turret. I feel like if they can still keep doing the macro plays that they're trying to aim for here on AYLO Esports, we could still see a potential turnaround.
Yeah, but Vermont now being chased down by 3 different members. He's going to be right in the middle, caught in no man's land. Path of Passing going to be laid down, but here comes the ultimates. Going to be laid down as well. Destructive Deluge. Can the team come and save him? Legion looking for the opening. Conductor of Souls is going to be dropped down as well. Ooh. No kills just yet. Does he survive? He does. And this is a huge win for the side of AYLO if they don't lose anyone else. But 9 Norvas, he's looking to make a difference here. It's staring them in the face. 1v5. They will back out because at this point, the neutral objectives are up.
Neutral objectives are up, but just look how little health that clash lane high ground turret has. So that play that Ogryn really was trying to set up there, so Vermont really play his macro play playing dividends there. The potential for a backdoor could be here.
Yeah, this is a critical moment, right? They have to be really careful about it. At this point, Vanguard, he's going to keep eyes on the Path of Passing. Hang on, he actually walks into the middle of 9 Norvas. 9 Norvas going to lay down the pain as well. He gets a killing spree. Entity 7, this is the opening they've been looking for. Here we go, another one, Force Field Suppression. And it's a rampage coming up for boss, and he wants more. Vanguard coming in, has expended the ultimates already. No more utility available as AYLO. This is the last stand, but this is all they can do. The stand is no more. Entity 7 march on to victory with a clean 2-0.
Yes, congratulations to Entity 7 for being the third semi-finalist of the day. We'll be seeing these guys back again tomorrow to battle it out. And I believe they will be going against Influence Rage. So we're going to see that qualifier rematch that they had getting here, which they lost 4-0 to Influence Rage. So they've got plenty of weight on their shoulders to gain back some victory against Influence Rage.
I feel like you have said that sentence before, right? So Pacific's final, you told me AG lost to Fearless Esports Hong Kong 4-0. Now we have another 4-0 potential. So Influence Rage, are they gonna repeat the performance of Fearless Esports Hong Kong? Or will the story change where maybe this time the challengers can turn it around?
Hey, I mean, after the performance of Entity 7, we could say that obviously STMN was a harder opponent for Influence Rage, right? AYLO Esports played phenomenally, but Entity 7 definitely just had the edge, whether it be Nine Norvus, whether it was Boss, especially on both of those farm lane heroes. We thought that the transition to Garo from Lung was going to be an issue, but look at that score. There's clearly no issue there.
Yep, the itemization by Nine Norvus. Of course, with the lead he established early game, Pure Sky, X of Torment, Starbreaker, Cuirass of Savagery, paired up with the Frost Sky Embrace. Frost Sky Embrace. You have the slow, you have the penetration, and it's just too much to handle. He took 30% of the damage, which is a lot, but he also dealt close to 30% of the team's damage, and it's all the important markers for the team on the side of Entity 7. Vanguard, Nine Norvus, and Boss. The three different members that just dealt the pain, and AYLO could not handle them.
Yes, absolutely denying that Tempest Dragon to rear its head once more like we saw in the first best of 3 today. So, hey, that's a little bit of a difference here. The spectrum is clear between these matchups so far within the Americas regions, but just looking at these highlights, you can really see how well Entity 7 played in Game 2, but the fight back that AYLO Esports had towards the end, considering how starved they were in the beginning part of the game, was huge.
Yeah, let's make it clear, right? AYLO did not go down without a fight. It was a huge resistance. There were a couple of moments where they had nice catches like these. Credits to Doxa with the Truth Mantra as well. But unfortunately, it was just that early game lead that trickled down into the farm available for Nine Norvus, for Boss as well, and the Vanguard. They just couldn't deal enough damage.
No, yeah, enough damage just wasn't enough for the side. Obviously, enough is enough normally, but definitely not for the side of AYLO Esports. They really struggled there. Vikita just not being able to get as much damage as he would like. Yes, we saw a few pickoffs onto Suits there, but it was this final fight here where it was just absolutely unrelenting damage, and just that care package of minions at the right time really showed them through. And Nine Norvus getting that MVP that we thought he would have got in Game 1, he secures it in Game 2.
Yes, production, this one I fully agree with you. Nine Norvus was the MVP. 5-0 and 3. The stats are one thing, but the way he played the game was just different. So this guy, I have huge expectations going into tomorrow for their match against Influence Rage. I want to see the battle of the Clash Laners. And if there's anything we've learned so far, it's really the Clash Laners that are making the games that much different for each team.
Absolutely. I mean, Sunny of Influence Rage was very aggressive. We saw him in that best of 3, just always being aggressive. And then we just saw Nine Norvus as well. So I think there's going to be a bloodbath tomorrow when those two teams finally meet on the Gorge. But well done to Entity 7 for being the third semi-finalist once more into tomorrow. But we have one more game for you guys, and we're going to go for a quick break first before we get into it. It's going to be Team Solid against Leviatan. So don't go anywhere, guys. See you soon.
Baiting out the ultimate from Redski, but hey, it doesn't matter, I can be on target.
Очень неплохо получается со скачка. Это минус, два, скорее всего, будет как и Юнина дает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать.
Jing, so Jing's most common combo is the 1-2 ult, as we just see in here with ABH, perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Is that going to be a double kill? Oh.
Legendary. You have slain an enemy.
Liu Bang doesn't have any strongly held beliefs beyond safeguarding his own interests, but when it comes to that, he'll spare no effort. This is his passive skill, which automatically grants him a stack of mark every second. At a certain number of marks, he gains an enhanced basic attack. This is his main damage skill. It enables a shield that deals damage to nearby enemies either when it expires or when he manually disables it. His skill 2 provides movement and crowd control, letting him charge forward to damage and stun enemies in his path. Liu Bang's ultimate is a teleportation skill. It provides the selected teammate with a shield and after a short delay, teleports him to the teammate, restoring health to teammates within range. Upon arriving, Liu Bang also gains an extra movement speed bonus. Notably, the longer he channels for, the stronger the shield and the greater the magical damage dealt by the teleportation. This combo is great for protecting teammates that are being overwhelmed. First, select a teammate to provide them with a shield. As he starts channeling his ultimate, activate skill 1 and wait for the channeling to finish, or tap the ultimate again to teleport. Then, use skill 2 to dash and stun enemies, followed by stage 2 of skill 1 and an enhanced basic attack to deal burst damage. This combo is mainly used to protect your team's carry. It utilizes the ultimate shield and magical damage to help teammates block fatal damage and gives them an opportunity to counterattack. Note that stage 2 of the ultimate can be used flexibly depending on the situation of the battle, though it is most often used to provide emergency support or to retreat from combat. At the start of a match, Liu Bang can choose to clear his lane with skill 1. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can clear the clash lane first, then teleport to teammates to help them. Since his ultimate lets him travel fast, he can take the time to clear minion waves before teleporting to a teammate. This puts pressure on the enemy in the lane, while at the same time building a numerical advantage in teamfights. He can also let teammates initiate fights and use his ultimate to provide them a shield, then jump in to absorb damage and take out enemies with help from the carry. If he's facing an enemy who is stronger but doesn't have any crowd control skills, he can use his ultimate to instantly teleport to easily flee the danger. Blue Bong should focus on leveling up during the early game. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can keep using it to reach teammates and help them build an advantage. During the mid to late game, once he has enough defense and damage, he can mainly focus on laning and teleport into team fights to protect the carry and take out unsuspecting enemies.
There, pull out the root of the problem. What's a conscience? A kind of snack? Why duel someone when you can gang up on them in a valley?
The meteors that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Open Series Split 2. We are on to our last match of the day between Team Solid and Leviathan. I am Blam, and with me is Kin. How are we feeling going into this game number 3?
Well, we have just one slot left, right? So this will be the final semi-finalists joining the likes of the other teams. Of course, they have to trudge on, right? In this best of 3, we'll see who is the better team at this point. So at this point, it's going to be Team Solid against Leviathan. Tomorrow, we'll see Influence Rage going up against Entity 7. A big match for sure, because we know both teams are so aggressive, yet very clinical.
Absolutely. I mean, they obviously, unfortunate for the team that managed to get disqualified, but Malvinas Gaming is able to go through to this one, so they get to just sit down and just assess all their opponents that have won today. And then obviously the more important opponent would be whoever wins this next match, right, between Team Solid and Leviathan are going to go ahead against the LATAM North first seed. So will it be LATAM South against LATAM North, or will it be Brazil against LATAM North going through tomorrow? That's what we are going to be playing here for next.
That's right. Now, best of 3 series, you can kind of blitz your opponent, right? But so far, the story of the game today for the Americas region is that we like to take it long and slow, right? We want that late game. We want to hit our true potential. Only then are we ready to get the win. And I think that's a good strategy, right? I like it. There is more composure. You can kind of figure out how do we win the opponents in the second portions of the best of 3 as well, right? And with this, I think I like to see how they want to calculate through the drafts, the ban picks, and of course, the decisions in game as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely more fruitful, right? Especially for ourselves as casters, we get to see a little bit more action, see the development of the heroes from level 1 all the way up to your level 15, but then also get to see those fully itemized heroes as well, just completely brawl it out towards the end of the match and just see who can basically bounce back on that last foot and hopefully take a fight to the Tempest Dragon. But the last series didn't give us any Tempest Dragons or any really late games, so maybe this one will be doing it. But over to Leviathan, we have got Maxi on the Clash lane, Andy in the jungle, Lumesh in the mid lane, and we have Billy as the farm lane, and then we have Destro as the... Actually, no, Destro is the farm lane, Billy as the support.
That's right. So from what I've heard from you, Leviathan, a really strong team, right? So at this point, curious to see what their counterparts are going to be like and who are the 5 that they're going to be fielding to try and take it one step further in this competition. Bear in mind, this is not the final step yet. They still have one more round to go through before they actually get to take part in the Kings Championship happening closer towards the end of the year. And this will be their opponents. Team Solid. VR in the Clash lane, Saison in the jungle, Zoxy in the mid, Fusion in the roam/support, and we have Saga in the farm lane. So 5 names that I'm not familiar with, but I have heard that they are pretty strong as well.
Yeah, I mean, some of these players have been within the region for, well, not the region, but in the competitive scene for a little while. Notably, Destro on the side of Leviathan was in KIC 2023, but he was on the roster of Osiris. And Maxi was also part of this roster as well. They also went a 4-1 against AYLO in the qualifier match. So you can kind of see how strong this team will be going against AYLO, going 4-1, only losing 1 round. We don't know why they lost that 1 round. Maybe AYLO just managed to get that bounce back that they didn't quite get against Entity 7. But when we look over to the side of Team Solid, notable player would probably be Fusion. He's been on the scene since 2022, being on the same team as VKS Danny at one point, and I believe it was part of the Red Canids team when they were on that one. But recent victories was claiming 3rd place in the Chuck BR 24 when he was actually on Influence Rage's roster.
Interesting. So we do have really strong foundations on both teams here. Now the question is, what will they put into their drafts, right? What makes sense? So far we have seen the appearance of the Yuhuans, we have seen the appearance of the Algrins, and a lot of focus, even in the Pacific region, now we are in the Americas region, is the fact that the Clash laners are of utmost importance. And I would like to see what kind of strings they're going to pull out here and what kind of drafts they have in store for us.
Yeah, it's really interesting, to be honest, because we've seen 4 teams now play against each other. Most of their Clash lanes have been pretty much on point, very aggressive. No sort of like taking the back seat and allowing the jungle to come up to the Clash lane and feed their and take their farm in terms of the minions or either the side farms as well. They are just basically all out for themselves, just like we saw in the last match between Entity 7 and AYLO, where we saw 9 Norvers just trying to isolate and cut off any of the gold from the enemy Orgrin as well. So there's definitely a huge presence, like you said, Kid, in that Clash lane. Whether it actually goes through with these next 2 teams, it would be a shame if it wasn't, because we've been enjoying these Clash laners, right?
Yeah, for sure, right? We have the very strong Byron picks. We have the Sunsa earlier in the previous regions as well. And this time we have seen a monstrous Charlotte coming in from the hands of 9 Norvas as well. So I think there's a lot of emphasis placed onto the Clash lane, because from there, once you establish that lead, it does have the trickle-down effect, right? The whole team benefits off of it. You're able to get a couple of camps stolen away from the enemy jungle as well, which makes a huge impact, especially pre-level 4 and way before the first objectives of the game.
Yeah, I don't know what my go-tos are going into this match, but I just really hope we see a little bit more flavors in the jungle rather than the Orgrin being placed down straight away. I'd rather see some more flashy picks come through. I know it's not been the meta for some of these regions, but I'd like to see the Jing return to the jungle. I'd like to see the Pei come through, knowing we're going to have those really, really early aggressive games. I just want to see some more aggression rather than just going for the tanks that's just going to sustain the games for those long periods of times.
Well, the risk is not the name of the game, right? You want to make sure you have the winning formula, which is why teams at this point, they don't want to risk it too much because while Jing offers a huge amount of damage, she is pretty squishy as well, right? So if she gets caught out by CC, we have already seen the appearance of the Lady Zhen that's been played pretty much almost all of the games today, right? Mai has been the standard ban. But yeah, if you get caught out, you know, those risky assassin-style junglers doesn't really make the cut.
They don't, but what does make the cut is the Masashi. And I mean, there's only a few games where he's actually been banned. I think for the first match of the day, then yes, I'm pretty sure it was banned all 3 games. But going into the last match against Entity 7 and AYLO, it was banned in the first game, but I don't think it's banned in the second game. So it would have been really nice to see the Masashi come through as well. Obviously, we got Kaiser to grace our screens earlier with... I believe it was Influence Rage on the Kaiser. So again, just nice to see some of these just different picks come through, especially with it being a different region. We haven't actually seen many different picks come through within this region. I think the most spicy was probably the JPKR region with like the Igudo, right?
Yeah, exactly. The style of getting the tanks in and also getting damage in. We have seen the occasional Mankey coming out from some of the other teams as well. So that could be something interesting. Now, in the farm lane, that's where actually a lot of the battles happen in the drafts as well, right? We've already seen the Arlie being banned out a couple of times, and teams immediately snap this Arlie up simply because of the mobility, the options offered, right? And of course, the Maple Dance has been pretty hurtful to a lot of the opponent teams as well.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, the Maple Dance is great for cancelling out some of those long-range attacks, just like the Hou Yi that we saw earlier. That would have been a perfect counter for that. But in that first series, Ali was one of those big banned heroes. And again, another big banned hero was the Mai Shiranui. We haven't seen that surface yet, but rightfully so. When a mid lane that's very competent on that hero, it is very, very scary to come against.
Oh, for sure. And of course, moving on from this, it is the roam/support role. Now, we have seen Legion play a very mean Zhang Fei with the smite as well, very successful. Unfortunately, did not make the cut there with STMN. But I think that was a glimpse into what could be shown here today, because aggressive roams do make sense, especially when you have like a lane to back you up, dive into the backlines as well. You know, with the synergy they have, they can come in for the steals as well.
Yeah, I think the only problem you have with some of these aggressive support players is sometimes you don't have the aggressive farm lanes, right? Like we saw with STMN, unfortunately, in that third game of the series where we saw that Arvonian was really trying to sort some of these plays out for his farm lane, but it just wasn't actually quite following through for Kurumi. He just wasn't actually getting in there or anywhere near the setup for some of these attacks, and sometimes that can be the flip side of the coin when it comes to aggressive roaming support picks, is that yes, they may be fantastic at setting up these plays, but if they have none of their their other players around them, it's kind of just like, hey, bro, what are you doing at the Azure Golem? No one's near you.
Yeah, it's tough, right? It's a risk that they're taking as well, right? So we have already seen picks on the roam like the Lianbo as well, which obviously for teams, it is a instant access towards their own farm lane, because Lianbo has to go in. He has to go in for the Tremor Smash with the Burst Ram and stuff like that. So it leaves your marksman pretty much open. But that's where the benefit comes in, right? If you're able to establish an early lead in the game, then your farm laner will be over level, will have additional farm, will have the damage as well. So I think most teams, they're trying to take as little risk as possible. And that's the kind of risk they can stomach, right? Where it doesn't matter if our farm lane does die a little bit early in the game, because our jungler is going to capitalize on the fact that that space is open for us. And I think Entity 7 showcased that particular strategy really well, right? They place so much emphasis on the clash lane, allowing for the growth of the jungle, trickle down effect, and now my farm lane is extremely farmed and painful.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just that. I mean, the efforts from the jungler of Entity 7 as well, just constantly just making sure that his presence was made clear in their enemy jungle, was just trying to cut off all those kind of resources to the likes of the Orgrin, but then also some of those like side camps that are normally quite accessible to the Clash lane. That's kind of that. It's a brutal method, right? It's kind of a method of torture within Honor of Kings. It's a very good tactic, especially if you're competent with being able to get into the enemy jungle, but more importantly, getting out alive, because it's all well and good you taking up them resources, but if you die after getting those resources, it kind of be like, well, we've kind of given over some gold and a kill over to the team, and then the enemy jungler knows that that jungle is not around anymore, so they can then go and dip into your jungle. So again, I thought that was very cleanly played by Entity 7.
Yeah, in fact, I think this is the specialty of and flavor of the Americas region, right? We have seen so many things happen, especially the stealing of camps. Now, let's see. What does Team Solid have? They will be on the blue side, so they will have Prio pick first. What do they want to play into?
I'm going to think maybe the Orgrin. If we go in anything based off the last so many series, Kin, okay, no, Orgrin or Huan was going to be my next pick there. So there's a huge battle for these two heroes in the jungle. Yes, when we was watching like EWC MSI, Huan was obviously a very prevalent pick, whether it be mid lane or jungle. But the Open Series has really ramped this up. It must be very highly increased into the meta here. Leviathan onto the red side do get their first two picks, tanking out their mid line, their front line, sorry, with the Dune and the Zhongfei.
Yeah, very good ideas behind it, right? End of the day, it's all about the sustain, right? Yuhuan offers not just the heals, but the damage as well. We have seen teams abuse the amount of damage she can do. One of the things that's really scary is her reach. Her range is extremely long, especially with the Tragic Beauty and the Mournful Tempo as well. So this is going to be paired up with the Orgrin and the Lung, both of which have decent sustain, but massive damage coming, especially from this Lung in the late game.
Yeah, so this means either the Huan's going to be in the mid lane, or is going to be in the jungle, or the Orgrin is going to be in the Clash lane, or is going to be in the jungle, which is a really good way to draft, I think, for Team Solid, because it's going to keep the Leviathan guessing for their next two bans. It's like, do we ban some more mid lanes? Do we ban some more Clash lanes? What do we do here? But the Lady Gen being picked up here for Leviathan, I think, has been probably the most picked mid lane hero in the Open Series, and rightfully so, especially when we saw the performances like Suits picking up that 147k damage on a hero like Lady Gen. You're gonna go for it.
Yeah, I like the ban on the Marco Polo as well, coming in from Team Solid, right? So I do play a couple of games with Marco as well, and Marco does wonderfully against these three picks. Even in the laning phase against the Lung, if you position yourself right, the Lung can't deal any damage to you. So I like it, and you know, it stops that late game potential, because he is one of the most mobile farm laners in the game, and they want to take out additional bursts. So Lady Sun will be taken out of the picture at this point. Leviathan, Sunbin, what do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, the Sunbin's a classy ban there. Since we saw it in the last game, it was very fatal, especially paired with Lung as well as the Huan. But the Orgrin still got me guessing here. I think going for the support and like whittling that down a bit was probably the go-to call for Leviathan, because that's the only like place you know that they need to pick. They've got their ADC, they've potentially got their mid lane or Clash lane, they may have their jungle, but onto the side of Team Solid, they are working out which of those ADCs are not going to work now. And they take out the Marco Polo, they take out the Lady Sun. So could we see a HoYi come through? We saw it once before where we have a solid front line and then the HoYi just chilling at the back with the Lady Gen as well. But Byron getting picked up for the Clash lane is a solid pick here for Leviathan.
You know what? I would love a Fang down here, right? Fang would do wonders against the side of Team Solid because of the burst damage and the iframes available from Wheel Away. But at this point of time, you know, it's still up for the guess. Team Solid will go with the Haino and the Lianpo as well. We've seen a couple of Hainos today in the Americas region. It hasn't really worked out for them that much, right? Because of the ability to reposition. Now, I like the Lianpo pick because if you take a look at Leviathan's picks, all four, at this moment, they have very huge control skills. And looks like Garo will be the pick of choice.
Yeah, I did want to say Goro, but we don't normally see Goro that much. So I was just like, you know what, we could get Goro, and then all of a sudden it's HoYi. So I was going back to basics and like, you know what, HoYi's been picked today. Goro's been picked as well, but not as frequently. But it kind of makes sense, right? Being able to just melt those shields. It was a fantastic pick for Boss in the last match between STMN and AYLO Esports. Was a very good pick and just able to just harass those turrets as well with the long range skills. Yes, it depletes your mana, but it does take down those turrets a little bit faster, but it also has a damage over time effect as well, which can be very tricky for heroes like the Organ. When you think you're able to just get away and out of there, your life's just ticking away ever so slightly. But also, importantly, to get rid of those shields on the side of Team Solid. But here we go. So it is going to be the Hugh Huan in the jungle after getting that high note picked in and locked into the mid lane. It kind of made sense towards the end of it there, but I'm really liking this Liampo pick, like you said, Ken.
Yep. You know, getting rid of the control is going to be really vital, and he's going to be able to turn the fight for the side of Team Solid, right? So at this point, laning phase is pretty important, and Zoxy, of course, going to have a much better time against Lumash. All he has to do is to make sure he doesn't stay within range of the Flowing Side and the Ocean of Tears, and he's golden.
Yeah, those Fate Scepters are definitely going to be deadly here with the pokes. Just being able to steal the enemy's jungle camp, but Zoxy has to be careful here. He's taken too much damage, I think, especially for myself. I'd be like, oh, you know what, I think I may need a little bit of healing here. Maybe pop my heal spell just to give me a little bit more sustenance going into this next wave of minions. But Lumash is actually holding off this mid lane pretty well.
Yeah, not bad. And at this point, let's take a look at Leviatan's farm lane. Interesting how they're kind of struggling to deal with Saga at this point.
Well, he's very mobile, right? He's very agile on his feet. He's able to get out of there if he really needs to. And you can kind of see how he's pedaling that movement button. He's kind of trying to get Goro to guess, am I going to go in? Here comes the Whirlwinds, just able to lay that damage down. Whirlwinding onto Zhongfei, but then also being able to land the fire swords onto the Garo, just dealing so much damage as well, which is a really good trick when you're playing Lung.
Yeah, and for the first time, right, there's not too much action happening in the Clash lane as well. Looks like both of them, they want to play it safe, right? Conservative, don't give away the first blood. We've already seen so many games where the Clash lane is the start of the downfall for the opponent team.
Yeah, I mean, Maxi's looking pretty low there as well, so he's definitely got to make sure he doesn't step out of bounds, or he will get caught up by VR and Non-Cessan as well. But again, he's still there. He's still playing pretty much close to the teeth there. He's definitely trying to get some engagement. Here we go. Byron and Lady Chen going in onto the Organ, getting first blood for Leviathan.
Yeah, full return on investment there. The flash into the destructive deluge, really making it hurt for the side of VR. And now this is going to be a good start, right? We just talked about the Clash lane being clean, and we have first blood already.
Yeah, I mean, we may as well go with the flowing pattern, right, which is happening, which is the Clash lane, just get first blood. So I think it was a safe bet, kid, to say, you know what, first blood, Clash lane.
Yeah, at this point, they're still trying to, you know, achieve an advantage in the farm lane for sure. So Saga will work on the Fire Hawk here. Gets the kill, so he does hit level 5.
Yes, level 5. It could be quite deadly here as well. We're looking at the itemization, and in terms of gold difference between the lane is not much at all. We see that the armor-piercing item comes through for both Byron and Lung here, so could potentially be seeing that Axe Torment come through for Byron, which makes a lot of sense as first item. It's a lot of damage as well. Huan trading some blows here with the Dune, so Andy needs to be careful. Yes, he can soak some damage, but he needs those items first.
Yeah, so far, based on that first blood, it does give them a slight advantage, and this advantage seemingly cancelled out because VR is actually leading in EXP against Maxi.
Yes, so far he is. VR actually doing very well in that Clash lane. I mean, you Organ, right? The wave clear is going to be pretty sweet for you, but Maxi and Andy have to be very careful here. That damage soaking comes through. There's the Conductor of Souls as well, but it is not going to do much here other than take them back to the T1.
Yeah, so far pretty even. Still, we are just trailing by about 500, 600 gold, so we can kind of call it even at this point. Now, first neutral objective of the game, probably going to go into the hands of nobody because they want to reset it. Yeah, they probably need to establish a little bit more map control first.
Yeah, no, the minion waves were coming through. It just wasn't right time, right place. I think it probably would have been a disaster for the side of Team Solid for them to still allow those side lanes to be taken up. As we can see here, Garo is already making some good starts onto that T1, but they gotta be careful. Hino and Liampo coming through here. Double man knock up. There we go. Once more, keeping them all in line. Here comes the damage through for Saga, but it's not gonna be enough. Okay, we do get Jungfei taking out the Hino though, so not quite going the way we thought it was for Team Solid. Still in the engage. A lot of damage coming onto No Season from the Garo. Gotta be careful. Jungfei is looking pretty low. Retreating to the T1. It seems like that's their go-to.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous gameplay coming in from Leviatan, right? They underestimated the damage coming in from that unbridled outburst, and it costed them. Now it's 2 kills going in for Leviatan.
Yeah, 2 kills up and just about 2k gold difference as well, which is a shaky place to be in when you get into that 6-minute mark almost right now. We still have the neutral objective, that is the Overlord, that is up. And looking at itemization, none of the jungle's items have been equipped up till the tier 3, so no Giant's Grip just yet. But we've seen some of those Magic Pen items come through onto the side of Team Solid here to try and counter the Dune and the Jungfei. Sitting in the bush here was Dune, looking to try and catch out Fusion.
It's not actually a very good time for the side of Team Solid to fight, right? The Mask of Agony already online for the Leviatan, so Rematch will be able to deal some pain.
Yeah, a bit of pain, bit of trading here, as usual. It's a bit of tit for tat for these both teams. There's the Unbridled Outrage come through from the Jungfei. We have Lung floating up in the air, like waiting to see where he can land, but a lot of damage coming from the Lady Shen, but it is going to be takedown for Destro as well. Crucial crowd control coming over for Q1 on the side of Team Solid, having to retreat into their jungle and T1s.
Destro was a little bit too overzealous there, stood right in the middle and within range of every single person on the side of Team Solid. So pretty much got punished for over-aggression.
Yes, definitely overstepping and being a little bit overconfident there, which has enabled Team Solid to get their first kill on the board. We do see Orgrim building the Doomsday as well, so we're getting a bit of an aggressive kind of Orgrim in that clash lane. And I mean, when you're going up against the likes of the Byron 1v1, you're going to need some basic attack enhancement, right? Yeah,
for sure. And VR, I think he's playing doing a very good job, right? Leading the lane against his counterpart. It's not the best case scenario for Maxi because now he's going to be stuck in the lane and the rotations will be quite obvious for the side of Team Solid here.
Yeah, with the T1 takedown, you're not going to see Garo pay much too much attention now. He's probably going to look for this second side lane at T1 up into the clash lane. As we can already see, the Garo, Jungfei are all up here. They could potentially go for this second neutral objective for themselves. But right now, they're not needing the Vanguards, right? They're taking these T1s with pride.
Yeah, it's all about the map control. Here we go.
Okay, so we do see a bit of an engage here. I don't know if it's the right time to engage. We can't see what's going on in the mid side of the map. Garo looking pretty low, having to be forced out of there. Lung is up in the air once more. Orgrim into the back there, trying to do some damage onto Dune. But we see that Byron is looking for that teleport down to the bot lane to stop those minions being pushed. So again, a lot of non-committing from these teams.
Yeah, but it's lovely, right? Because if you see Leviatan the way they're playing, they're really essentially controlling how the pace of the game is going to be like. And at this point, Team Solid is reacting rather than setting the pace.
Yeah, I mean, the reaction is definitely on point, right? I mean, they're still being able to maintain that 2k gold difference, which is better than let it slip further and further and further. But they've got to keep an eye on these side lanes because you can kind of see from what Team Solid have been doing over the past minute or so is try and put some pressure. And as you can see up into the clash lane, Orgrim's already managed to take that minion wave up to the clash lane T1 and taken a lot of the health. But unfortunately, we've just got a technical pause.
Yep, if you take a look what's happening here on the side of Team Solid, you can see they are trying to compose themselves. I think they're kind of feeling the heat of the moment as well while they're taking this technical pause. And for good reason, right? Because Leviatan is kind of putting quite a lot of pressure around the map. And even though VR is kind of winning his lane in the clash lane, it's still a tough situation to be in. You can feel them, you can feel Leviatan breathing down their necks.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems that way, right? Like you were saying in-game, though, Ken, that Team Solid are playing very reactionary. They are doing it very well. They haven't lost too many lives just yet. But it's unfortunate that there's another technical pause here. We've had quite a few today, whether it's just the players' phones or the equipment at the stage, but we'll get that sorted for you ASAP.
Yeah, nonetheless, let's maybe try and foretell the future, right? At this point of the game, I think we have already seen the jungler on the side of Leviatan. He has quite a few items. The Burning Cape is one of the items that really stands out for me because at this point, he is kind of, I won't say nullify, but kind of diluting the heal amounts that are coming through for the side of Team Solid. So if they get the perfect initiation, he's able to burn every single member on the side of Team Solid. And that is going to be very costly because the lifesteals are going to be affected.
Yes, they may be Team Solid by name, but they are probably trying to turn the enemy team into liquid. But we should be getting back into the game soon. It seems like whatever the issue is seems to be sorted on the side of Team Solid, whether it was over to Leviathan and they're just waiting. But we should be getting back into the game soon. But like you were saying there, kid, I don't think predicting the future always goes well for us. So we should just wait till we get back in the gorge and see what the evidence is before us.
It's okay. I like to do that. Right? But regardless, Leviathan, really strong start so far. I think we're just 2 kills up. So it's a pretty low kill game, right? As we head into probably the early stages before the mid-game transition. But if we take a look at overall, the drafting wise, any team that seems a little bit more robust for you. Opinions, these are not facts.
Opinion-wise, I mean, so far, due to performance, we've seen a lot of promise from the side of Leviathan, I have to say, especially with the likes of the Zhongfei and the Dune coming through as well. We've seen some really solid encounters come through from the Zhongfei, being really promising when we saw the Unbridled Outrage come from over the wall and then leaping from over the wall to then start that 3v1 tower dive at that T1 under the farm lane turret. But here we go. Speaking of Zhongfei, we are currently spectating Billy. We're in the mid lane. We still have one of the neutral objectives up and waiting to be taken down. But will one of these teams go for it? We yet to see. Garo looking for that Crimson Golem, it seems.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be too interested, right? Because we're hitting that 10-minute mark. The Shadow versions will be coming out. You don't want to be in a debuff situation.
Yeah, no, you don't want to get caught with your debuff down when it comes for these Shadow Overlords. But just paying a little bit of attention to that T1 up into the Clash lane, I feel like it needs a little bit of love because all it takes is just a little nudge from one of the sides of Team Solid, and then that, I believe we could see that T1 fall in the Clash lane.
Yeah, PR not looking good.
Yeah, no, he uses the Conductor of Souls to try and force them out of there. He's going back for a retreat here. As you can see, Liam Poe and Hugh1 looking for the rotate down as well. We see the Untargetable come through for Lamesh, which was very well timed for Leviathan, because if he didn't have the Untargetable, I think that engage would have just pursued there, and we probably would have seen a kill onto Lamesh, but a very well-placed Untargetable really just kept them away there. But we can see the Orgren is just trying to push these side lanes as well, trying to get those macro plays, just trying to put a bit more pressure into these side lanes. Speaking of pressure, Liam Poe with a dash in, dash out, trying to just bait the side of Leviathan.
Yeah, that was a nice poke play, right? They didn't actually want to fight. They just wanted attention so that the wave would be crashing in on the top lane. Now they have the attention of everyone in the Tyrant's pit.
Attention everyone but the Lung, right? Because Lung was having to go back up there because Garo was able to just whittle that T2 turret down pretty low here, but Orgren being quite ballsy with the Liam Poe as well. We could still see a steal here. Who's it going to go over to? It does go over to the side of Leviathan. Double kill over to Destro. That is a triple kill coming through for the Latam South team right now. Quadra kill, are we gonna get a penta here, kid? It's not looking like it. Lung is on the run. He does not want to be a victim of the penta.
Absolute class coming out from Leviathan here. The way that they positioned themselves was so clean. Destro, I think, a really commendable effort, standing right at the edge of the Tyrant's pit where he could still land the attacks. And even with the dive, I think it was Zoxy who was trying to dive him, or VR, one of these people. When they attempted to dive onto Destro, it was just the biggest win because he took some time to reach Destro and Destro was already targeting him.
Yeah, I mean, definitely well placed, right? I mean, we haven't seen many quad kills within this tournament. I believe one of the teams in the Pacific region managed to get a quad kill, but just not quite fulfilling that penta. We still have a bloodthirst for the penta, and hopefully, it seems like it's going to be hopeful that maybe one of these teams will get a penta here. We're getting a lot of HoK damage come from these Scepters of Fate, as well as Byron pushing through to the T2 into the clash lane, putting some real focus here into the mid lane as well. We are seeing some macro plays coming through for Leviathan, but nothing just coming through yet.
Yep, they need the damage to come out from Zoxy, unfortunately. It's not even about Saga at this point, because it is the Scepter of Fate that will change the state of the fight.
Okay, the Zhongfei manages to get the crucial crowd control as well as the Doom pickup, but that's another kill over to Destro. Destro is just being placed ever so gracefully within these team fights, just always teetering on the edge of danger, but just well enough to get those arrows in and do the damage, just like we've seen here onto No Season and onto the high ground turrets in the mid and the clash lane. This is looking like a showstopper here for Team Solid. They have gone down two of the higher ground turrets, but it looks like the Fate Recall is able to just restore that higher ground, but it still does mean that those super minions are coming through.
Yeah, it's a tough one, kind of fathom, right, for the side of Team Solid, because nobody's able to control Destro at this point, and it's very apparent why. They have so many front-facing tanks in the form of Zhangfei, Billy, Andy, as well as Magzi. They're doing so much work for the team. Nobody's allowed to touch the backlines.
Yeah, nobody puts Baby in the corner, and currently Baby is Destro right now. He is pretty much sat safe. Look at him, almost 10k gold to Lung's 7.7. That is a huge difference, but that's what happens when you get a quadra kill, surely. All that gold goes over to you, all those beautiful resources as well.
Yep, there's no way to stop it. They will get that Shadow Overlord. And at this point, Team Solid, right, they're running on borrowed time, because 43.5 thousand gold, that's a 8,000 gold advantage going into the hands of Leviathan.
Which is huge, right? At any point in the game is huge. But
look at that
14-minute mark. Look at all that damage onto the Lung coming through, and he's not able to touch Destro right now. Saga's just kind of just being hit from left, right, center. He's like, ugh, what's going on right now? And same thing for this high ground turret. Thanks to the Vanguard coming through, we're still just seeing those arrows fly. And because of that Azure Golem as well, the mana on the Garo is not going to be an issue here. We try and see an attempt onto Garo into the back line, but it was a big flash to keep her alive. Double kill goes over to Lumesh as well, but it is going to be a team wipe here as they take game one from Team Solid. Team Solid only getting one kill on the board.
Clean game. This was a really clean game coming out from Leviathan. Understanding the strengths, right? So this full-on frontline tank, just to keep Destro safe, very, very effective, because you could see Garo deals an insane amount of damage, and especially when she procs her ultimate, that Sphere of Purity, it really was just pure damage coming through. They couldn't handle them. Zoxy was the solution to that, right? But the Scepter of Fate could never reach her. They attempted so many times. The Lianpo wanted to jump in as well, but as long as she has flash, she is untouchable.
Yep, I mean, she knew the borders and boundaries of the enemy team, and we saw that Destro set his own boundaries, and that boundary was, hey, you're going to kill me once, but you're not going to kill me after that. And as you can see, 11.4k gold to Saga's 7.9, which is not good at all when it comes to Lung players that we've seen currently come and go within Honor of Kings right now. And to be honest, I have to give props to Lamesh. That double kill towards the end was phenomenal.
Yeah, with the Twilight Stream, right? Additional magic penetration lowers the defenses as well. And with the Frozen Breath, Mask of Agony, that's a lot of damage over time as well. You know what's truly, truly surprising to me is the amount of damage that Destro was doing. She's not even 6 slotted yet, right? The last item would have been a Blood Weeper based on the itemization. And at this point, she was dealing close to 30% of the team's damage, and for good reason as well. Look at the damage taken from across the team. She was one of the lowest markers, with the exception of Lumesh as well.
Yeah, Lumesh and Destro's placement within these team fights was just another level. But to be fair to Team Solid, they didn't really draft in anything that could really get into that backline or was able to get into the backline. Yes, Orgren could use his paths to try and get there, but like we already saw when we saw TSVR try and invade onto Garo, it didn't end well, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because it takes some time, right? There's nobody with instant access. Everyone needs to take a stroll before they get to touch her. And after that first mistake by Destro there, you know that Destro knows about the distancing. He's not going to allow himself to be caught in that position once again. And the draft by Leviatan, extremely scary because the 4 members besides Destro, they all have skills of control.
Yes, control, and you can kind of tell from that draft that they were able to control the whole of that map. There was never one point where we saw Team Solid actually get their foot through the door, never mind just kind of knocking on the door to ask a few questions if they were home. But definitely Leviathan had the lights on and was able to take that ace towards the end and take the crystal, but Lamesh taking the MVP. Very close between Lamesh and Destro, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, for sure. But it's always the silent killers, right? So Lumesh just hiding in the shadows, 131.6 thousand damage, no deaths at all. There were a couple of moments where he used the Ocean of Tears to absolute perfection there, hiding using the passive of the Icicles as well. And with that dodge, it baited the rest of Team Solid in, and Destro loves an invitation like that.
I mean, does he need an invitation, especially with that range, right? It didn't seem like he did. He's just like, hey, I'm coming in. I'm crashing the party, bro. It's just me or not me, and I'm definitely going to be there, especially with that quadra kill. That was just absolutely sweet from Leviathan, seeing the quadra kills come through for the American region. Shame it could have been a penta. That would have been super hype for the team, but I think Team Solid have a lot of thinking to do going into this game too, to be honest.
Well, talking about it, it's not the end of the series yet and not the end of the saga as well as end of saga here, right? So we will be back with the second game of this best of 3 series. Can Team Solid figure some functions out to deal with the likes of Leviathan? Find out when we come back.
Baiting out the ultimate from Redsky, but hey, it doesn't matter. I can be on target.
Очень неплохо получается со скачка. Витаминус, раскрытие пульс, как и Юнина дает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать.
So Jinx's most common combo is the 1-2 ult, as we're just seeing here with ABH, perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Is that going to be a double kill? Oh.
that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
Welcome back. It is time to go into the second game of the series between Team Solid and Leviatan. Now, this is a potential last game here because if Leviatan wins, they will take the series. They will proceed to the last semi-final spot. So it will take all of the efforts of Team Solid to make that a different reality here, Blam.
Yes, Team Solid definitely need a solid turnaround to get them back onto these best of 3 and trying to win it for themselves as well, because if they don't do it, if they don't go through, they will be the only Brazilian team that don't go through to the semi-finals, which would be a bit of an upset. It would be nice to see a few more Brazilian teams into the semi-finals, but hey ho, we can't always have what we want, right? But if they really want it, they will definitely find a way to get it. Team Solid only getting 1 kill on that first game. That's definitely one area of improvement, right?
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? One of the things they definitely need to try and win in is the draft. So band picks is going to be the Yuhuan and the Lady Chen. I like these bands really just nipping the problem at the butt, right? And this time they pick up the Mai Shiranui. We have not seen the appearance of this lady for a while.
Yes, Hugh Huan is being banned out, but it opens up the Mai Shiranui. Oh, my spicy, more like. We've been waiting to see her for some time. I can't remember when the last time we actually even saw Mai Shiranui come through, Ken. But that does mean it leaves open up the Ali, which is what Leviathan's going to go for. And man, if Destro's a monster on Garo, who's quite immobile, Ali is going to be a slippery one.
Oh yeah, for sure. And this time they allow the Zhang Fei back into the hands of the Rome Billy. And is this going to be something that punishes them on the side of Team Solid? I guess not, because they're going to pick up the Sun Bin. I like the cooldown timers on the side of Sun Bin. The time lapse is going to be an absolute wonder for the team because the disruption is unreal.
Yeah, I mean, the Sunbin's been something we've been looking forward to recently. It was obviously in the last series that we watched, and we was kind of wondering when we were going to see some more of these Sunbin picks come through because of EWC, MSI. All it did was break the seal once with the Sunbin, and then it just kept flowing through, man. Just kept coming into that draft. But what a great draft into the Mai Shiranui. Like you said, it's going to make for those quicker engages, silencing Leviathan as well, going into what could try and be a counter engage. But then they've got the Dune as well, being able to just soak up so much damage. Princess Frost goes over to Leviathan, which is a lot of zoning potential, a lot of nuke potential, especially how we saw Lamesh play that Lady Jen last game.
Yep, he didn't die a single time in the previous game itself. And if there's anything I've learned from watching very strong mid laners, is that if you give them Princess Frost, we've already seen this representation in the other regions itself. Princess Frost in the right hands, absolutely chilling performance. On the sidelines though, for Team Solid, I like the fact that they identified Dun as a potential pick because they were lacking that backline access, and Dun offers that with the Unruly Blade.
Yes, absolutely. The Musashi getting taken out as well as the Orgrin, which means we're finally probably going to see something new within that jungle, right, Kin? Don't build me up yet. Huon's banned, Orgrin's banned, Musashi's banned. Let's not hope it's a Kaiser. Maybe it could be a Kaiser. Maybe it could be something a bit more brutal. We shall see. But yeah, the Princess Frost, like you said, is a great pick. Byron once more for Maxi was huge in game 1. So why not keep it simple, baby? Keep that mathing and get that Byron back on the board. But Lady Sun going over to Team Solid.
Yeah, the Byron pick, I like it, right? Storm Strike essentially gives you a free Frigid Prison, if timed correctly, as well as the distancing. But you know what? You're kind of like bursting your own bubble here, right? I would believe that this tune is looking like the jungle position for the side of Team Solid, and we might be looking at a different Clash laner instead.
Potentially. I mean, I would only expect the Dune to be on the jungle. I'm looking more over to Leviathan though, right? Because I mean, they don't have their jungle yet, so that's going to be something that we're going to be seeing a little bit more ruminating. Oh, okay, Mulan comes through. Recently buffed in the last patch as well, so again, this could be huge for them. Last time we saw it was in the Pacific region. It went pretty well for the team that did pick it. I believe it was one of the JPKR regions, if I'm not mistaken, or even AG Global. But this time around, Leviathan, it's all hanging on some exciting jungle pick. Don't let me down, baby.
Yep, it's a tough one, right? Mulan obviously has two states, and with the change in states, she does have the ability to lay down quite a bit of CC, but more importantly, damage as well. And here we go. This is looking like a Nerta jungle for me, for the side of Leviathan. So both teams, they have some form of inside access to the back lines, but at the same time they have decent control to be able to deal with the front lines and the people in between as well.
Well, the true damage from Nazar is going to be a blessing to when they encounter the Doom pick, right? Because that's going to need a lot of true damage, a lot of armor penetration, which is going to come from the likes of the Arlie. Not much so from the Princess Frost. Yes, they probably will build the anti-tank item for Princess Frost, but it's all going to be reliant on the Arlie. That's where all their damage is going to come from. That and the Byron, right?
Yeah, so Destro is going to play a very important role at this point because both teams, they have the ability to play in the various situations that are going to be presenting itself, right? We have the split fights, we have the huddle up, the clumping up of teams as well, a death ball. So both teams have compositions that can deal with either of these situations.
Yeah, I've got my eyes really close on Zoxy here on the Mai Shiranui. Yes, he had a high-no game and didn't quite manage to kind of finish off what those Scepters of Fate needed him to do, right? That the poke damage coming through was great, but there was just no conclusion to some of these kills, and it was quite annoying to see. I was annoyed more for the player, Zoxy himself, than anything else, thinking, oh gosh, he could have just landed another 1 or 2 hits there. He could have got a kill, but hopefully with this Mai Shiranui, the absolute snake of a hero that she is, be able to get in there, knock them up, get out. But it's going to be a true testament to Lamesh here to see if he can land those trick shots.
Yep, and right off the bat, you can see Saga really upping his game straight away. Now has the level lead against the Arlie being played by Destro here. And it might be, for the first time in this game, the farm lane that changes and gives the trickle-down effect.
Yeah, just less focus on there. We're seeing that Nazar's going in onto the Mai Shiranui. That's a one way to lock down that slippery slake. But we do have Lamesh coming through as well, but she does able to get back to safety, trying to just push that minion wave a little bit back further, so she doesn't have to worry about it when she recalls, because that's potentially what's going to happen next, right? They need to get Zoxy back to get some health.
Yep, it's still a massive aggression coming in from Leviathan, and Zoxy is going to walk away with a sliver of health at this point. But the first big play might come out at the top lane. Once again, focus on the clash.
Yes, we've had First Blood so many times today in that Clash lane, so it's going to be interesting to see if we are going to follow suit for what could potentially be the final game of the day. But Team Solid really popping into a solid draft here, especially being able to get that Mai Shiranui from the ban bench. She has been pretty much pulled up from the bench warmers, like, hey, yo, we kind of need a last contingency card here, and it looks like Mai Shiranui is what they're looking for on the side of Team Solid.
Yeah, and you know, one of the benefits of the draft so far from Team Solid, the ability to allow Saga to farm already has the media on hand, so she's going to be able to deal quite a bit of damage. Right now, the biggest concern for her isn't about dying, it's really just about the mana management.
Yeah, mana management and keeping that lane in check, because that's one of the downfalls of Team Solid in Game 1, right? They just did not have some solid priorities in those lanes, and I really like how Lady Sun and Saga have gone for the armor pen second tier item first rather than boots, really rushing that damage to try and actually do something to the Zhongfei in this lane. But both Destro and Billy looking pretty low here. Dune is also on the stalk as well.
Yep, so both teams want to make that cross-map play, right? And so far, nobody has been able to find that opening just yet.
Nope, not just yet. And with the neutral objectives just round the corner, I can imagine it'll be anytime soon. But we're seeing something that didn't happen in the last game where Team Solid is actually taking the gold lead ever so slightly right now. It's only 500 gold, so let's not get too excited. Let's not start waving our Team Solid flags just yet. But I reckon that if they can capitalize on it and keep going for it, that could be a sturdy way to get into the end game and potentially a match 3 against Leviathan. But right now, there's a lot of tit for tat before these neutral objectives are on the board.
Yep, honestly, it still looks very good, right? So Team Solid, the fact that Saga is doing well in lane against the RD is something that is of value to the side. But here we go, maybe the first big engagement.
Yes, Doom with a knockup, but we're speaking of knockups, there is no knockup when there is the My Shiranui around as well. Just be able to kick about. We see some farm lane proxy going on into the clash lane as well for the Mulan, but it is going to be the Tyrant going over to the side of Leviathan once more. They need that damage because, like you say, Ken, Saga outlaning the Ali is something we don't see often, but having that Tyrant is really going to try and negate that. But we are seeing the Zhongfei trying to meet up with the Ali between the river here, trying to do a lot of damage onto some Bin, looking pretty low, but Zoxy is not having any of it, trying to keep away Destro from Fusion.
Yep, just out of reach once again. The Ryu engine didn't really hit the mark there, and this is going to open up the map for the side of Leviathan. You can see a lot of focus being placed on the bot lane. At this point, Lumesh already has a Stone of Sorcery, probably going to go into the Frozen Breath, and that's going to be a huge power spike on the top lane as well. They're making so many plays all across the map.
Yes, T1 down into the farm lane as well, but that's what kind of things you expect when Ali picks up that Doomsday, those basic enhanced attacks, as if she doesn't pack enough punch already. It's going to get only worse from here for the side of Team Solid when that Ali comes through. And if we're going off anything from Destro's performance on the Garo of Game 1, I can imagine this Ali is going to be looking a lot more flashy into the late game.
Yeah, for sure. You know, even though she is behind, it doesn't feel like Leviathan is playing from behind. They have a little bit more map control at this point. And I'm a little worried because Team Solid, you can slowly see space being squeezed out of the map for them.
Yes, that Dark Matter is definitely forming on the side of Team Solid, where it's going to push the Leviathans away into a further gold lead. They are just peeping, just actually in equilibrium right now. But this could be the end of it because the first blood comes through. 6 minutes in, Kin. We've been waiting for it. Been teased over and over again from Zoxy. But we get the first blood. It goes over to Leviathan. It's not in the clash lane, and they're not done yet. We do see that VR is here with the Mulan trying to push away Billy, and it is a success, but they are able to take the T1 up into the top lane. But in regards and response, Byron takes that T2 in the farm lane.
Yep, this is hot knife through butter at the farm lane itself because there's 2 towers in the space of 6.5 minutes. Mind you, the first blood was given to Destro as well, so his farm is going to be amplified. He's now standing at 4.7 thousand.
Yeah, now finally actually showing the true colors of Destro being ahead of the gold of Saga there. Only ever so slightly. All it takes is a little bit of focus from the Lady Sun to get some more of the minions, the resources come through. But this Mulan's doing some really good proxy farming between these turrets, right? Really trying to freeze these lanes whilst then she's able to try and promote a good, healthy team fight for the side of Team Solid. But there we are, the Unbridled Rage. We thought that we're going to see the downfall of Zhongfei, but down goes Zoxy. We are seeing a potential go down for No Season as well. There is No Season on this Dune right now. It's looking pretty salty. It's looking pretty pale, and it is a kill for the side of Leviathan.
Yep, they just overextended on the side of Team Solid. That was a good idea coming out from Zoxy, right? He did get the knockup onto Billy, but that's the unfortunate thing. He got the knockup on Billy. And with that, the turnaround was just insane, if I'm not wrong. At that moment, Billy still had his beast form, and that is what costed him his life. Because with the slam, when he slams his fist on the floor, you can be expecting a huge amount of damage. Now, Lumesh already has the Frozen Breath, and this is not an ideal situation. Lovely for the side of Leviathan, but it's very painful for the side of Team Solid.
Yes, we saw Billy with the slam, wham, thank you, blam, but no season here, maybe getting caught out as well. Nazar comes in. Also, when you think that one beast is enough, you see Nazar from the other side of the map come through, you're like, whoa, okay, calm down.
Yeah, Andy also has the Blood Rage, so he does have extra survivability, but he has enough damage as well. Here we go. Andy catches eyes on turf 4. He does not care.
Yeah, I mean, Nazir's got quite a lot of damage, but is it going to... quite a lot of health, sorry, but there's a lot of damage going on to it, but the Winter is coming, is going to save that blazing Nazir here. There is a kill onto the Mulan as well. That is a 2-1 trade. Andy goes down for VR and Zoxy, which is a lot of damage on the side of Team Solid now being negated. Saga is the only hope to try and keep this mid-tier 1 alive. If he raises his head, he may fall here.
Yep, it's saving grace and a consolation prize that they get a couple of minions, but they will not be able to protect that mid T1. And this is a map that is extremely dark for the side of Team Solid.
Yeah, I mean, Leviathan's really showing the aggression of those, that lane priority that we know them for from that game 1, right? We saw a little bit of an attempt for the side of Team Solid with the proxy farming from Mulan, from getting those T1s in the side lane, but it's still not quite enough just yet to pair up with Leviathan. Saying that, though, the difference between kills and turrets and neutral objectives, they're only away by 2k gold, which isn't a lot going into the 10-minute.
Yeah, but a lot of the goal has been funneled into Destro, and that's a perfect situation for this RLE.
Yeah, you're not wrong, to be honest. You're not wrong at all. Destro needs that gold to do that damage. Mulan looking for a bit of a macro play there, try and push those minions into the T2 of the farm lane. But other than that, there's a big commotion going on into the mid lane, trying to push them away, trying to focus a disengage. And that was a solid disengage from Team Solid. Looks like they're not quite happy with it yet, but Zoxy's got to be careful. He's looking pretty low. VR on the run as well. Saga looking for a way in, trying to do some damage onto Lamesh. Lamesh taking a lot of blows there. The ultimate shell coming through, not quite finishing off Lamesh. We are seeing a little bit of a split priority here. We see that the neutral objective is potentially being used as a bait with the Maxi on the backside of the farm here. What is going on, kid? There's too much songs and dance going on here. We're trying to do the two-step, but also doing the line dance at the same time, but we are getting the neutral objective for the side of Leviathan, but they are not done just yet. We do see that Saga is able to get a kill, but Saga goes down to Maxi, and then we get Ali getting the kill onto the Mulan as well. We see the Fusion is on the run. Oh, man. Just these closed out kills are just running away. Team Solid really getting away with a lifeline.
I'll be honest, that was lucky of Team Solid, because to be honest, I really like the way that Saga was thinking right before the fight, right? He managed to lay down quite a lot of pain onto Maxi, but unfortunately still got caught out because Billy was chasing him down. There was a lot of damage. Billy actually saved his ultimate for that perfect moment there, and that really costed Team Solid the fight, because once Saga is out, there's not much damage to be offered from the side of Team Solid.
Yes, unfortunately for the side of Team Solid there, we honestly thought that was going to go a little bit better for them, but Zoxy fell pretty early as well, did the Mulan, which can obviously be a bit of a battering for tankings. But speaking of batterings, we do see the Unbridled Rage come through, activated pretty early here onto No Season. We get Ali getting another kill onto Zoxy. There is Zhang Fei taking down the Dude as well. One thing I didn't expect to come out of my mouth today was Zhang Fei taking down Dude, okay, but here are the minion waves coming into the mid lane as well onto the higher ground turret. We see that all of the side of Leviathan are looking for a full frontal attack onto these high ground turrets. Boom one, boom two. We're onto the crystal here with only one surviving member, which is Fusion, and I don't think there's going to be enough Fusion's power coming through here to save the day. It is finishing the same way, kid. Ace and the crystal for Leviathan, taking a solid 2-0 from Team Solid. Welcome to the semifinals. Finally, a different team from the Brazilian region. It is the LATAM South qualifying Seed 1 Leviathans going through as your final semifinalists.
Yep. Crystal clear performance. This is top quality and masterclass coming out from Leviathan. They really funneled the gold into the correct members on the team, especially for Destro. He was giving all the freedom in the world to get the kills and really just get away scot-free. No punishment offered by the side of Team Solid. But it's something you can't blame them, right? At that point of the game, they just couldn't catch up anymore.
Yep, no, they could not catch a break. They couldn't make the Solid outcome a true reality for themselves there. Team Solid walking away with a 0-2 loss between Leviathan. But going into it, I mean, this is the first seed of the LATAM South team qualifiers going against the third seed of Brazil. And we know Brazil is a great region. It brings out a lot of talent, even just on Team Solid as well, with Fusion being a part of the scene since 2022. But speaking of time and experience, let's look at all the resources spent onto Destro there. 10k gold to Saga's 7.8. It's crazy to think in that Saga was owning that lane at some point.
Yeah, you know, for perfect reason as well. Billy did a very good job of being the utility tank, but it's the unsuspecting pain that he was able to bring, right? With his beast form, with the Unbridled Outrage, he was taking 28% of the team's damage, which allowed so much room for Destro to come in, once again, hitting that 30% damage mark for the team. Now, of course, Saga did the same as well, but the difference in amount of damage they're dealing is way too different. 386,000 damage laid on by Destro here with the Arlie.
I mean, we have to give props to the gold graft here. You can see that Team Solid did have a lead at some point.
Yes.
It was a few K. It wasn't a lot, but it was able to be overturned thanks to that fight at the Tyrant, right? That's where it all kind of went south for the Team Solid, is just how well it went in favor for the side of Leviathan. And we're going to see it again, highlighting and reliving the nightmare of Team Solid when they lost that Tyrant fight. But some fantastic engages. And I want to really back home that point that was on about earlier, Kin, where we were really bigging up these Rome supporters that are able to be very aggressive. And Billy was fantastic on this Zhongfei.
Yeah, love it, right? That's exactly how an aggressive smite style Zhangfei should be played, and this was a big performance by Billy. Not only did he turn multiple fights, he was soaking enough damage for the team to really just go crazy as well. At the same time, because of the way he plays, he puts a lot of safety for Lumesh to just run at people. And isn't it really scary when a Princess Frost is running at you? This is the situation they were in. VR got absolutely smashed with the Shattered Eyes there. Not a sight you see every day, even in your ranked games as well. Now this leads us to the MVP of the game, and rightly so. It is the aggressive Zhangfei with the smite, Mr. Billy. 40,000 damage as a support. That is a lot.
I mean, the fact that he managed to take down Dude on his own, I was like, what the heck has he got in his kit, bro? He's just taken down one of the most tankiest heroes in the game. But not only that, taking that 62.7k damage as well as not losing a single health, getting that 10 assists, 3 kills, one of them being Dune. I'm not going to let that live down. But Leviathan's Billy is really a support player to be looking out for, I think.
He was the Kevlar vest, right? Bulletproof vest for the team, and boy, did they perform well. When you know you're safe, you really can play all out, go crazy with whatever tricks you want to try. And Destro, I have to commend his Arlie. The positioning of his lift steps, the timing of his dashes, and of course, with the final itemization on that Sun Chaser, her reach, or his reach for Destro was just out of this world.
Yeah, we've noticed a little bit of a MO there for Destro, that he likes to build that Sun Chaser, right? He built it on the Garo, which makes perfect sense, but he also built it on the Ali, which again, if you can't get into that backline, makes perfect sense. But for those that are new joining into the chat and have missed out a lot of the action, you can go back and replay, but this is the scoreboard for the day. So Influence Rage taking 2-1 against STMN, Entity 7 taking 2-0 against AYLO Esports, and then Leviathan taking 2-0 against Team Solid, which updates the bracket here. Ken, talk me through it.
Yep, so tomorrow we'll be looking at Influence Rage going up against Entity 7, a monster match, because we heard there was a 4-0 in place during the qualifiers. And this time on the other side of the bracket, we have Leviatan going up against Malvinas Gaming. And I am curious about this one as well, because it's kind of like a hidden assassin, right? We don't know how MVG is going to perform. We have not seen them on the stage just yet. But everything will come to light tomorrow. So join us at 9 a.m. tomorrow. This is GMT -4 for the first game between Influence Rage and Entity 7. We will close out the second series and start it off at 10:30 in the morning, -4 GMT as well. This is Leviatan going up against MVG. And finally, we will have our grand finals at 12. to see who will represent the Americas region as they go for the KIC play-ins of the Americas region as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw with Influence Rage against Entity 7, right? They've lost 4-0 already. It's only a best of 3, so if they do lose a 2-0, it's not that much of a whooping. But I can imagine we're going to see a full best of 3, right? There's a reason sometimes you take 4-0s, whether it's just because the other team is overpowered or they're just playing strat. But we'll have to find out tomorrow, guys, because it's the end of this day 1 of the American Regionals. We hope you've enjoyed the show. Please do drop by tomorrow to see how the semifinalists get on, guys. I've been Blam, and with me is your favorite kind of tofu. It's Kin Dofu. We will see you tomorrow, guys, at 9 a.m. See you later.